Hello there. I am Sir Intimate, and I welcome you to the Adventures in Dundras. On our last episode, our party of intrepid heroes had been given a job by the treasurer to escort him and some of his members to the capital of Dundras, Lancaster. After taking a couple days to prepare by purchasing magical gear, supplies, and taking care of some last-minute business, our party was finally ready. After ensuring that they had all that they needed and packed up onto a caravan of carts, the party departed Port La Montaigne on the road to Lancaster. In the first couple days of their journey, not much happened, aside from encountering some roaming mercenaries looking for some work, perhaps as bodyguards. They went on to Port La Montaigne as the party continued onward on their road. But, just as things seemed to be calm and uneventful, the party, as they began to scout ahead of the caravan, came across a turned-over wagon, where they saw two people being accosted by 13 others. Thinking quickly, the party quickly leapt into action as they engaged these bandits on the road. After several minutes of intense fighting, the party arose victorious as one of these bandits ran away and they had captured their leader. After assisting the merchant in preparing his wagon, who then gave them a gift for aiding them and saving their life, the party then made sure that the rest of the caravan was safe before continuing onward. But as the party reached a camping spot for the evening, Dane was shocked to discover that his faithful sword that he helped craft, Night Terror, had some cracks in it. It seems that the combat earlier that day had been so intense that it had strained under the intense fighting and been damaged. Unsure of what to do, the party sullenly kind of sat around the campfire looking at each other when a familiar voice stirred them as they looked up to see their faithful blacksmith friend, Jorgagu Burningarm, approach the fire. To the shock, he explained that he was heading to Lancaster with the caravan as he heard that this caravan was occurring, as he had some business in the capital. Showing Burningarm the sword that they had built together, Dane and Burningarm took a look, and Burningarm realized it would take quite a bit of work and a proper station in order to repair it. And so he offered to take it off his hands and repair it at the earliest convenience. But, not wanting one of the sole bodyguards of the caravan to go without his favored weapon, Burningarm decided to hand him a battle axe that he had been working on for some time. It was a battle axe that Burningarm had constructed using some of the material of metal from the meteorite that the party had originally recovered back from Duskwood. And so, taking it in his hand, Dane felt a connection immediately with this weapon, as he learned that the axe's name was called Ruination of the Eternal Star. Giving it a couple test swings, Dane felt quite comfortable with it and thanked Burningarm for allowing him to have it. And so, Burningarm nodded to him and then went back to his own fire to examine the sword and plan for future repair. As the party then marveled at Dane's new axe and felt sleep come upon them, they all each took their turns at the night watch before getting a nice rest for the evening. And so we will be rejoining our heroes as they continue their journey on the road to Lancaster on this episode of the Adventures in Dundras. But first, I believe we should go and say hello to our players. So, let us join them. Hello there.
Oh, hi. Again.
Oh, hi, thank you for checking in. I'm still garbage.
How are we doing today? Everyone doing alright?
Alright.
Have a good couple of weeks? Haven't seen some of you in at least a couple of weeks. How you doing, Dane?
Tired.
I can imagine. Imagine you've been pretty busy with work.
Oh no, I've been calling out the last entire week.
I don't blame you. I legitimately do not.
Very fair.
I've been doing the same for a week and a half now, simply because, like, every time that I've been scheduled to work, something came up. It's like, oh, lovely. So, like, the last day that I was scheduled to work, my fiance actually had to go to her lawyer's office. And we had no idea how long that was going to take. He was like, nope, I'm just going to go in and call out.
Understandable.
I can't do anything because, like, right now, I basically can't have a job because of the fact that we don't know when she's going to be due to see her lawyer, go to court, whatever.
That's rough.
It's not because, like, she's in legal trouble, she's just going through divorce, and as such, we literally have to play it by ear.
There's a lot of proceedings to go along with that. That's understandable.
Well, good luck with that.
You know, one of my friends, for her, she's trying to get that paperwork done, but the problem is he refuses. Like, anything he sends is purposely the wrong stuff. Last time they find, like, to make sure, because they can't serve him because he refuses to give them the location or gives them the wrong address. And the last time he mailed something out to the court that was supposed to be paperwork to finalize their divorce, it was a blank envelope.
So, here's the thing. They can actually, if he's ever called in or used an email.
Oh no, he's using third parties that refuse to give his address, email, anything.
Right. What your friend needs to do is have their lawyer hold all of these third parties in contempt and obstruction of justice, and put him in contempt.
Yeah, well, she's dealing with two different states because she has to go through the states that. Yeah, she's not stopping. It's just that it's just the headache of all these people that are like he's gotten to help him out. Yeah, which means I'm pretty sure that the reason he's doing this is so that because he might be claiming her on his taxes.
There's an easy way to find that out, and an easy way to fix that, actually. What she can do is call the IRS and put a PIN on her social security number. And by doing so, the only person that can use that social security number is the person that has the PIN. And I know, and so his ex trying to do the same bullshit. Anyways, how has everybody been? Damn, I know you're probably hungover as hell.
I'm hungover, I'm burned to a crisp, I am straight up not having a good time, but it'd be like that, so we out
Same,
here.
man, it was toasty.
Did you go to the beach? Did you go to the beach and get sunburned?
He lives at the beach?
I mean, yeah, it's
I mean, it's partially true.
so
No, he lives within, like, what, miles of the beach?
yeah, like a few miles. But no, yesterday, since Tortuga, the like big country music festival
Oh
went
yeah.
on this weekend. Me and a few buddies of mine hopped on one of their tenders for their boat and
You
went
hopped
out.
on their Tinder.
Bro.
Tender is a small boat for a bigger boat, not
I'm
tender.
aware of what it is.
I'm just making sure.
Being an ass.
When's he not?
Noted.
Sleeping there.
Namus Mount. Anyway.
How about
Yes,
you,
they need
Talos?
my-
I know you've been pretty busy the last couple of weeks, especially with dealing with some,
The convention.
Convention, yeah.
Oh god, that it was fun, but at the same time, I'm still not fully recovered from that. That was a combination of all the private showings I was doing, the photo shoots, the meet and greets, then of course all the stuff with my own personal stuff, wanting to meet the certain voice actors and celebrities and whatnot, not comic artists.
Somewhat reminds me. Dallin, did you ever get your work stuff figured out? That situation with your employer?
Yeah, I'm out of workers' comp, but on my first day, I kind of was forced to quit.
Or are you forced to quit?
Just a whole situation. It wasn't good. While I was working, when I first the moment I got there, I was the only English speaker. They had fired all the English speakers.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
So,
As
what
well
that
as
sounds like
while
to
I
me
was working. While I was working,
is they are doing some shady shit.
yes, they're very big penny pinchers. So whenever they can, they'll do whatever they can to save money.
What I'm saying is,
Anonymously report.
OSHA,
Yeah.
call it because you got hurt while on the job, and they almost didn't pay. Who else to report them to? Better Business Bureau. Report them to all local authorities. And I would definitely report them to, I don't know the official name of it, but the Department of Immigration. Because I'm pretty sure that most of those people are not legally allowed to work there if they only speak Spanish.
The thing is, they're not bad people. It's the employers that are bad people.
I know, but here's the thing. Because
If
of the
they
way
did this
that
to you,
is-
what do you think they're doing to you? What do you think they're doing to them?
Yeah.
They're probably not even
Yeah.
paying them.
And these people are probably being paid significantly less, being paid under the table.
Some of them might not even being paid at all, because they caught a restaurant here in Florida the past week that the entire staff, they weren't getting paid. They had all of their green cards and passports. Their boss had taken them and locked them up and basically threatened to pretty much sell them if they didn't work for him.
Okay,
So-
that's really shitty.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like,
You need to report it. Report it to everybody that you can. But the other thing is report them to the Department of Employment here in Florida. And they will launch a formal investigation as to everything they have done within the past 30 years.
Yeah. And the other thing that made me quit was while I was cutting a piece of metal, because the cutter doesn't work sometimes. So sometimes with the hand cut the metal.
You need to report them. Period. And point. Period.
Because their
my
equipment is
apron
not.
caught on fire.
Because their equipment does not work,
uh,
and it is a potential
it burnt
safety
into my
hazard.
shirt.
Report them to OSHA.
Yeah. Eventually they're gonna get someone killed, and they're gonna cover it up.
Oh yeah, they've had situations all the employees while I was working there. We had talked about situations where it was really bad.
Yeah,
one person
I'm like
has
this.
their arms
Don't
slit.
don't hesitate. Don't think it over. Just go straight report.
Report them. It's not a question of if, when, or why, because there is no legal ramifications for you. They cannot do anything to you.
Yeah.
They can say they can threaten all they want. All that's gonna do is build a bigger case against them.
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to check on that because we hadn't heard anything about it in a while. I don't know.
Yeah, I quit like Monday. I've just been doing other stuff right now, trying to get all the rest of workers'
that's
comp
fair.
stuff done.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't know if everybody has truly seen it yet, but I am officially engaged. We are currently looking and planning. We're looking at October 2nd of next year, assuming that her ex just fucking signs. So apparently he has paperwork that had been sent to her lawyer stating that he wants to settle. And then they just went to mediation. And his lawyer keeps going back with, oh, he wants this, 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 he wants this. It's like that. The emails that he has sent to fiance's lawyer straight up says, I want this over. I want to settle. It's like, But, her ex and his lawyer and his family are about to get screwed because his aunt is the paralegal for his lawyer, which makes it a conflict of interest for that law office. His aunt has her name all over the paperwork that they are filing. His aunt has filed paperwork after hours to the county clerk, making sure that there was no time to respond to it. And she has failed the bar 3 times and is now barred for life from taking the bar again.
So she's barred from the bar?
Oh yeah, she can never become a lawyer in any state.
Dummies can't. Dumb people are gonna be dumb.
But her ex, his aunt, his mother, his girlfriend, his lawyer are all going to be sued. They're all going to be sued.
Welcome back.
Her ex's family is going to be sued for multiple reasons, such as defamation of character, emotional and physical distress. Her lawyer is going to get sued for lawyer fees because they're trying. Basically, she's countersuing them because they're trying to sue her for his lawyer fees, which he personally isn't paying. His mother is, of $13,000, whereas only $3,500 for us.
Wait, he wants her to pay his lawyer fees?
He's also trying to get her to take all of his debts, which equates to $40,000.
God, this guy's a scumbag. Fuck this guy.
He is a scumbag. Here's the thing, though. I just recently found paperwork for her against him, stating that he understands that he is solely responsible for his debts to the financial aid offices and the VA. Her name is not anywhere on that paperwork. Her loans are completely wiped out except for like $237. So he's close to like $40,000 in the hole. He owes his mother $13,000. Just recently went through his financial affidavit, and apparently he's supposed to be making enough money that he's making $13,000 more a year than she is, according to everything that he put into it. And if he didn't fill it out, why did somebody else fill it out and file it for him? Because it's a monthly financial affidavit, which explains how much money he is spending per month. For the year, he's spending $40,000, whereas his job only pays him $18 an hour, assuming he works 40 hours a week, which I doubt, because let's face it, this guy seems to never be at work. Ever. His potential earning for the year is $34,000 a year, which means that he's $6,000 in the hole every year. But doesn't pay rent, doesn't pay care, doesn't pay for food because he's got almost $1,000 a month given to him for food. Not paying car insurance. I doubt he's paying for his gas. Story short, Mr. Guy's just a scumbag. He says he spends $50 a month to groom the kids. Well, here's the thing. Myself and my fiance, have only had to groom them once every 2 to 3 months. And it's not because he does it every month. They've only needed a haircut once every 2 to 3 months. And I think that we pay almost $100 every time. Because like $20 for them to cut their hair and make sure that everything's ready. Regardless, it's just one of those cases like, oh, I do this, and this, and we've got enough evidence to just nail him to a tree. But we're hopefully looking at October 2nd of next year for the wedding. Dean and Nam have already received information about it. But as soon as we find out more and get closer and closer to the date, we'll solidify things.
Sweet.
Happy for you, man.
Thank you. Anyways, we are now about 30 minutes into a session, and 30 minutes of me just randomly talking, basically. We are going to start the session here shortly. I'm not sure where Tim left off exactly last session. I wasn't
That's why
really
I left
paying.
session notes.
Yeah.
We
Let's
left with
see.
Dane getting a brand new weapon. Here, I can do a quick
Yeah.
recap if you like.
Probably be best for all of us.
Yeah, just 1 second though. I do want to point out that the weapon that Dane did receive was not how it was intended to be received. So what was supposed to have happened was his sword was supposed to have been used, reforged into the weapon that he received. I will allow what Tim did, but that is not what was supposed to have happened.
I misunderstood a thing. It happens.
Unacceptable.
No, I didn't actually make it very easy to understand, so it's not entirely his fault.
Cobalt brain goes, yeah.
I was I was in a rush trying to get all that stuff handled last time because I was supposed to go to SeaWorld with the missus, and we just never went. Anyways, last time in Dundras.
After the party had finished up with a dinner with a mysterious figure known as the Treasurer. The Treasurer had offered the party a job where they would escort him and some escorts of his own to the capital of Dundras, Lancaster. They accepted the job and received each a card that allowed them to dip into some savings of the treasurer in order for them to purchase the goods and whatever necessary needs they have in order to prepare themselves for the long and arduous journey ahead. So the party spent the next 2 days shopping and preparing themselves for this journey, doing everything that they could think of in order to make sure that they were ready. After 2 days had passed, the party met at one of the gates of Port La Montagne, and after checking everything that they had, ensuring that there was nothing else left, they departed Port La Montagne on the road to Lancaster. Several days was then spent traveling, as the party didn't encounter too terribly much. There were some roaming mercenaries that they greeted, who were looking for some work, but unfortunately weren't able to find any amongst the party. They also passed nearby where the future home of their keep, a place they decided to call, I'm trying to look at my notes, Starfall Citadel. The future home of Starfall Citadel, which they saw was beginning to be worked on, before continuing north on their journey. Now, as the party was nearing the third day, in the middle of the third day of their journeys, they'd been traveling for several hours when the party had noticed up ahead on the path there was an overturned wagon with a horde of people nearby. After investigating and looking from afar, the party realized that there were 2 people being accosted by 13 others. Judging quickly that these must have been merchants that were being accosted by bandits, the party quickly leapt into action. A fierce battle ensued. After several minutes of intense fighting, though, the party emerged victorious, having killed all but one bandit and the bandit leader. The one bandit, of course, fled, and the bandit leader was tied up. And thanks for saving their lives, the merchants gave the party an alchemy jug, and proceeded to say that they would then spread their good name once they reached Port La Montagne. After the party assisted them in getting their wagon all repaired and fixed up, the party then gathered up with their own caravan and continued onward on the journey. Later that evening, though, as the party was sitting around a campfire, Dane was lamenting the fact that his sword, Night Terror, had gone cracked during the intense battle. And so, as the party was then in a sullen mood looking at the damaged weapon of Dane, they were surprised to hear the familiar voice of Jorgagu Burningarm as he approached their fire. He explained to them that he had some business in the capital, and when he heard that a large caravan was working to head to the capital, he gathered up his own things and joined the caravan. The party, overjoyed by his company, began to show him his sword. As Dane and Jorgagu took a look at Night Terror and realized that it was no longer in any condition to be used, Burning Arm took the sword and offered to see what he could do for it, but he wasn't very hopeful as to what he could actually do. In exchange, though, ensuring that one of the finest bodyguards of the caravan did not go unarmed, Burning Arm handed Dane a great axe that he had been working on for some time. It appeared to have been made with some of the remnants of the meteor material that the party had collected back in Duskwood. It had a brilliant sheen to it, as It seemed to almost glow in the night. And after taking it in his hands, Dean felt an immediate connection with this weapon. He could tell that it was definitely something of great power. After thanking Burning Arm gave the party a nod before returning to his own fire with the ruined sword of Night Terror, pondering what it is he could do to perhaps do something for it. And so, the party then went to bed, as each of them took their... as each of them took their turns going through each of their night shifts, watching to make sure that nothing happened. In the end, their night was uneventful, and all of them got a full rest. As we now return to Dundras.
Hooray.
Yay.
Physical!
Alrighty.
Just very quiet at the end.
So, as you all are getting ready, you all have woken up in the morning. The rest of the caravan has begun packing up their gear. You see some people eating some rations to start out their day. Burning Arm, you notice, is over at a wagon loading up some of his gear that he had. As you all remember, you had found a nice secluded spot, a little far from the road, not too far that you couldn't get back to it, but no one was going to be able to bother you. You all had fastened yourself up, like I had said last time. You all have gotten to the habit of having all the carts and the wagons surround you all, kind of like how the old American settlers used to do when they were traveling across the plains. As you see that everyone is getting their gear together, you all are woken as you all prepare yourself for the day.
All right.
On Talos.
Morning.
Stop being so loud.
Morning to you too.
Morning.
I'll go check on the horses. Make sure they're all ready to go.
Sounds good.
As
I go.
you go check on the horses.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. As you go and you find your 4 horses, I know some of you had named your horses. I'm trying to remember. We didn't have any notes for that.
Let's see. Mine. Let's see.
Nam's war pony is gonna be Short Stack.
Short stack.
Yep.
All right.
Let's see.
Down's gonna name his Bagel.
Bagel.
Yes.
Alrighty.
I'm looking back through my notes because I'm pretty sure I named mine.
Yeah, I remember you did.
Aries.
Aries, yes. Yeah, I should write this down in my notes real quick, so I can have it for later. So I have Aries, Bagel, and Short Stack. And Dane, do you remember if you named your horse yet?
I have not, no.
Very good. Nothing wrong with that. So, as you check on the horses, you can see that they're idly grazing over by an area that you recall had a lot more grass than it did now. And this nice small stream that is kind of bubbling down towards the sea. Overall, they seem to be quite content and happy just to roam around, but they seem to be at ease. Nothing seems to be making them nervous as you approach, and you kind of give Ares a pat and. Good lord. And so, as you tend to the horses, and the rest you gather up your gear and prepare yourself. Was there anything anyone wanted to do before your journey began for the day?
Um, not on my end.
Not here either.
All right.
Mm,
Very well then. As you all gather up your gear and you have organized the caravan back onto the road, you see that everyone is prepped and ready to continue on the road ahead. As you began to ride along with them, what is our marching order for today?
Dallon's gonna be in the front.
Okay.
I don't know which side. He doesn't really care.
So we have Dallin in the front. Who's taking more towards the rear? No volunteers?
Guess I'll be in the rear this time. I've been in the front the other times.
Alright. Dane's in the rear. Who wants to
Person
take
you
the
don't want to
left
spend time
flank?
with Dallon.
Nam, do you want front or back?
Front, I guess. Doesn't really matter to me.
Alright. I'll be in the back then.
So we have Dane and Talos in the rear. And we have Namfudul and Dallin in the front. Very good. Alright. As Comet's Company continues their caravan forward, I would like one of you to roll me a D100.
I shall do that.
Alright. Dallin is our first roller for the day.
I roll an 8.
Alright, cool. You rolled an 8.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Excellent. All right. So, as you all are traveling on the road, several hours have gone by. You can see that you're surrounded by what appears to be kind of empty fields, as they are somewhat rolling. Off to the far to the west, you can just barely see on the horizon the shimmering waters of the ocean. The day is quite nice, as it is getting close to summer at this point. The day is honestly is pretty comfortable. It's probably approximately 69 degrees, with not too much wind to be held with, so it's not too chilly, not too hot. It's just nice and comfortable. Yes, it's a nice day. And
You're a twat.
there is no clouds to be held. It is a nice clear sky. As you all continue, I would like Dallin and Nam to roll me a perception check.
Would you roll for Dallin? Scared.
Alrighty. Give me a sec. Perception is a +2. I don't like the look of that. Fuck.
Holy
as-
shit!
As you were kind of riding forward.
Why do I always mess with that?
Oh
Can
god.
I use Flash of Genius on myself?
Please do.
Yeah, sure.
I'm looking at that. I was like, holy
So that gets
Jesus.
you up to a 12 now?
Roll a
13.
13, okay. Alright, that'll
I
help.
think
Those
that-
rolls so fucking low.
First
Maybe I
map
should
one
have
of the
stayed in the
session.
back.
A bee flew into your eye.
Oh,
Let's hope
God.
that's not a sign of what's to come this session.
As you all are traveling
Oh, God.
forward,
You said that was gonna be.
you all are somewhat about 10 to 15 feet ahead of the company as you're kind of riding ahead, keep an eye on what could be coming. As Talos and Dane, you keep an eye on your rear to ensure that no one is trying to approach and perhaps ambush you from behind. But Nampoodle, as you're still kind of stretching and feeling a little tired from the morning, from the last night's rest, you take a look in the front, far to the distance, about 150 feet or so, and you think you see something next to the road walking. You kind of shake your head, slap your cheeks a little bit, and wake yourself up. And as you focus your vision a little more, you see that there is an individual walking. And they seem to have a cage that he's kind of toting next to him. It appears to be on wheels. And he seems to be heading down the road southbound as you all are heading northbound.
Dallin, do you see this guy over here? No, pointing his direction.
Brother, I can't even see 2 feet in front of me.
As you see, Dallin is currently messing with his helmet, as it seems that he put it on kind of weirdly this morning, and it's jostled during the riding, and he is currently half blind.
Of course. Do I need to have the blinded?
No,
now?
that's just for flavor.
You don't want that.
I know. That's why
I'm
I'm
going
asking.
to shake my head and kind of tell the caravan behind us to slow down. Not like stop, but like slower speed.
Down's gonna give him a nod like, thank you so much.
As the caravan continues to approach, the gentleman sees you all and gives you a wave to hail you down.
I'll wave back and carry on.
Carry on.
Shut the fuck up.
As you kind of continue to ride onward, attempting to ignore the man, you see that he is a bit scraggly. His hair is wild, and his eyes seem to be kind of crooked a little bit. His teeth, he seems to be missing a few, and you're kind of wondering if he's wearing a burlap sack or if he's just that dirty. And give me another perception check as you're near him. As you take a closer look towards his cage. 18. Yeah, as you take a look at... as Dallin,
I fixed
definitely,
my mask.
you finally... there we go. Fix your mask. You see the gentleman, and your eye just immediately drops down to the cage, and you kind of recoil a little bit as you see within the cage it is almost overfull with swarms of rats.
Dal's gonna hop away from it out of fear. God, just like, what the fuck?
Young masters, hold a moment, I prithee.
Nah, I
I think we're good.
Why? What are you trying to
Why are you
do?
asking that? There's no why to this.
Please, you look like you could use some companions. I have here some glorious, glorious rats. And they would love,
I'm going
some
to cut him
company.
off. I'm going to cut him off and kind of just like hold a firebolt in my hand. Like, just move on, please. Leave us alone.
I'm gonna
Dallas
roll
gonna
to see if
try to be a little
can I see
polite.
this? Can I see any from or should,
Dallas gonna try to be a little polite. Like, hold up. Is there anything special about these rats?
Oh, so now you can ask why. But before, when I do it, it's not okay.
Hey, Dallin likes to be a hypocrite. Okay.
Okay, so there's lots happening here. I will say, Talos and Dane, you can roll a perception check. There's about 6 or so wagons ahead of you, and it's a lot of noise, a lot of activity as you're also keeping guide. So we'll have you roll to see if you notice. Oh, you definitely notice. Holy crap! Is that 2 nat 20s in a row?
That
I'm
it
like-
is.
I mean, I'm just
Is
glad
that-
I had a nat 20.
And that's
I had
a 1.
A natural 1.
Is-
Dane, good
is
to have
that
you back.
man selling?
Not quite
that-
nat 1, but 1.
So dirty.
Is
Man
that
selling
man-
gooch.
Is that man's? Are those rats?
I'm just kind of expecting my axe now. I'm just like, huh? Rats? Eh.
There's a man with a cage full of
The blood
rats.
guy.
Why is there a man with a cage full of rats? What is...
Nampoodle, what the hell is going on? Why is there a man with
I'm
a
trying
cage
to figure
full of
that
rats?
out too, okay? Fuck
We are
off!
trying to figure that out. And Dallin turns back to the guy again. Is there anything special about these rats?
And Fiddle, I'd like you to roll an intimidation check as you're currently holding a firebolt up in your hand, and then we'll see how we progress from here.
Oh god, I have a feeling.
Any spots for genius on that?
What does that put you to?
13.
You match.
If I meet, I beat, right?
You do.
Yes!
Nice.
So,
Yeah.
as you hold this firebolt, and you have this look in through your, you have this intense look that seems to go through even your red goggles, and Jennifer looks at you. Perhaps not. I don't think Bertha here would be a good company for someone like you. And
Bertha.
as he looks over at you, Dallin, as he takes a few tentative steps away from Nampoodle, he looks at you and, they're all each very special in their own way. I mean, this here is George. And he picks up a rat, and you see it squirming as he pulls it out from the cage, and is it just trying to get away? George here, he's very playful and fun. He likes to nibble on fingers. And then he stuffs
seem too
the rat
happy.
into the cage, and he pulls out another one. And this here's Sam. Sam here. He is just lovely. And Sam is a very fat and portly rat, and it just kind of looks at you, and you can almost like swear you hear it go. Meh.
Dallin still look at Namflu and go, fuck.
I'm going to look at him and verbally say, "You are the one to ask why again. I'm trying to stop it. This is your fucking issue now."
Like, alright, damn.
I'm just watching this in like confused awe right now. Like,
Do any of them have any special properties? Or are they all just normal rats?
I don't know what you mean by properties. They're all very unique and special in their own way. This one here, and he reaches in and pulls out another one. This one looks jacked. Like, it's got muscles that it should be.
I've always...
It's got muscles on its muscles.
I call this one Justin.
No.
He's a bit angry at times, but he's quite a companion.
Justin.
Can I just pull out the long rifle that I made
Oh, God.
last session and tell the guy to fuck off?
Dall's gonna smack that gun down like, hold on.
Violence?
Whoa.
Seriously?
Calm down. But yeah, fuck off. We don't want any of this. But yeah, calm down. Jesus.
I'm just looking on with like, what the hell?
I don't quite
I'm
like the way
so
you're threatening
confused.
me. Here, I am just a humble salesman, and here you are just trying to...
You're asking, you brought a cage full of rats.
I'm a rat
There's
salesman.
nothing
What do you
special about
expect?
them.
I'm gonna look over at Dane like, should we intervene?
Give me one of you give me a quick insight, real quick.
Insight. Fine. 8.
An 8. The man seems a little spooked, but aside from that, he seems to just be trying to sell his rats.
Leave the man be. He's just. Just call from the back. Just leave the man be and not be on our way.
How closely are you paying attention to him, Nam and Dallin? How closely are you kind of...
My eyes are fucking right on him,
Alright.
fucking trying to pay attention to goddamn everything this motherfucker
Yeah,
does.
Dallin right now is just trying to de-escalate the situation.
Alright, so as Dallin is currently trying to de-escalate, Nampoodle, I'll have you roll an insight with advantage.
Ooh. Ew. Uh, 19.
Ooh, you just beat him out. As you constantly try to get this guy to go away, you see that he's gone really close to this cage, and his hand seems to be shaking a little bit as he's reaching towards the latch, towards the side of the cage's door.
I'm gonna cast Green Flame Blade and smack him.
You're attacking
More
the
specific-
guy?
I am hitting his hand off the cage.
Roll to hit.
Should you just smack it instead of just trying to cut his hand off with a green flame?
Jesus Christ!
Do I have advantage because he isn't paying attention to me?
Oh, he's very much paying attention to you.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Like, you've thrown him several times. See, his eye is very much on you.
We do not need to be attacked by rats right now.
Let me,
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh no. Hang on.
God!
Oh no.
I've got to look something up.
Oh God!
I've got to pull out some notes.
This is taking a turn.
Quick question.
Oh no.
Does
I did fucking
anyone
max
have damage?
damage.
Downland,
What?
you take 6 points of damage as you see Namfoodle pull out his flaming green blade, and he begins to swing it down at this harmless individual that is just trying to sell you rats, and you jump in his way in order to block the attack, and you take 6 points of damage.
No,
as
no, 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 no,
you
no,
get
no.
hit.
19.
19?
Yes.
Is it
Yeah.
fire damage?
The first 6
It's
is
mats on both.
bludgeoning, then the 13 is fire, if I remember correctly.
13
Oh,
is fire?
you
Okay,
take
so that would be go
19.
down to...
Points of damage.
I'm gonna
Yeah, that
roll.
would-
I'm gonna
Fail.
gallop up. I'm gonna gallop up.
He
like,
has
what
resistance against fire damage, so he takes half the fire.
So I guess that'd be 6 or 7.
6 or 7.
Which one you want around?
Okay.
You round down.
Round down? Okay.
Yeah.
6 fire damage, and what was the lightning?
6 bludgeoning damage.
6
And-
bludgeoning. Okay, so that's 12
So
damage.
you take a total of 12 points of damage.
Okay.
We have a couple sequences of events that happens here, because as you slash and Dallin takes the blow, the guy screams a little bit, his hand hits the latch, and rats pour out of the cage. As Talos and Dan, you see this, and you begin to, I assume both of you are going to be rushing forward.
Am I going to be swarmed
what
by
the-
rats?
God!
Trying to
no.
save this guy?
Oh no, so...
I
as
need
the
you all
rats
to
are
roll
pouring out of
initiative.
the cage-
That was
Jesus.
quick.
yeah. As the rats are
Like-
pouring out of the cage, you notice an impossibly large amount of rats pouring out of his cage.
Jesus. Can Dallin run away?
Tim,
Dallin
how many
would be
did
eaten
you...
by rats.
Did you roll for this already? If not, did you see what I rolled?
I did, and that's what we're going with.
Oh god.
Oh, Jesus,
I
Lord
always
Almighty Christ!
Old and new. What have you done?
I rolled up. I was like, "What the? Jesus! That's a lot of rats."
Alright,
I'm
give me
not sure
just
how
a
many supposed to be in a swarm, but
I have the stats for them. There's a
Oh,
specific
I know, but
monster manual stat for a swarm of rats.
yeah, I know. I just don't know how many supposed to be in it.
Give me just a minute. I'll pull
The
up
number
the.
of rats that are supposed to be in it, but yeah. Let's just say there's a lot of rats. You guys ever watch Ratatouille?
Oh god.
It's like that
Please, no.
scene where they all just
Don't do this to me.
swarm from the attic.
Ceiling drops and there's like 1,000 rats. It's like, oh shit.
Pretty much.
Oh boy. Alright, hang on.
Roll a
I'm
14.
I'm getting this set up real quick. Yes, here we go. We'll get you.
Dom's gonna look at Nympho's like, what the fuck? And then looks over at all the rest. Oh my god, what the fuck?
You should have just let me hit his hand. That's on you.
Give me just a sec. I'm still pulling this up.
Oh, good. I'm pulling my spells right now, so take your time.
This was rather sudden.
Yeah, this whole time I've been trying to build the axe on D&D Beyond.
Okay, so we have that. Yeah, that. Library. Yeah, I'll just throw a couple of these out here just for whatever.
Oh God. It's like just roll like me and Dane like galloping up like and rearing a horse like Jesus, what? Like jeez, what the hell?
And it's going to be a little too much trouble to work the horses in here, so I'll just say you all will. So, I'm assuming all of you are still mounted to your horses.
I feel like Nam would have gotten off his horse to hit the guy.
Okay, so you leapt off your horse.
Yeah, Dom would have gone off to jump in the way too.
Okay, so we'll say that your horses are off to the side, but Talus and Dane didn't have any chance to do that, so they are, yes. Alrighty.
I'm just picturing Dallin awkwardly trying to jump off of a horse, trying to get in the way of Namfoodle hitting this guy.
You didn't fucking leap in the way. It would have been fine.
I didn't think you were gonna try and hurt this man. I thought you were just trying to scare him away.
At first I was, and I saw him fucking reach for the latch.
I mean, that was kind of sus.
Alright. Do we all roll for initiative already? I forget.
Yes, I rolled a 14.
Why won't it let me touch my figure?
Is going on here?
There's a lot of rats.
Yeah, I'm right next to you.
Oh, neat. I don't see
Yeah,
it.
I'm right in front of you.
Because I believe me and Dame were riding up, so I think.
Are those swarms the rats?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh
The
my
rats.
god.
The rats.
They look like snakes. There's so many of them.
Anyone have animal handling?
I mean, you can try, but
I have.
the main thing is that you have to most likely get rid of this fellow. You're first.
I can't access my health. I have 68 health. I'm trying to make it so I can. There we go.
I've been trying to do some adjustments on the token since last time to make make sure that everything works properly with them. So they might still be a little slightly buggy. We'll see.
Or I fixed it. Okay. Is that jacked rat in there?
Yes.
Somewhere in the swarm.
Oh God.
As there's just waves and waves of rats. You can see Justin riding on top of a few smaller, weaker rats. It seems to be having war face as it points his clawed finger at you and goes, "Ray!"
Down puts his gun and just obliterates him.
I'm gonna yell to the caravans, like, get the caravans out, get the wagons out of here.
Alrighty, so let me just roll for the swarm very quick here. That's a 14 for them. So we have, looks like Dallin is first.
Yes. Down before he does anything with attacking, he's gonna yell at the caravan, "Get Bagel out of here! I don't want that poor boy to get hurt."
Bagel or Beagle? Because you should put
Bagel.
Beagle in your.
Bagel. I put
Bagel.
Bagel.
It's like, when you read it, it's like, that's not how you spell bagel. His name is Bagel.
Oh, interesting.
His name is Bagel.
You got a 15.
Um.
You have a higher dexterity, so you'll go next,
So-
Dallin.
Okay.
Were the people that rolled nat 20s on perception for this?
Yes.
Dallin and Talos.
Was that a 9 for
You're
your
not very good with the maths, but you're looking at these rats and you realize that this number of rats should not have fit inside the cage. You see over 100 rats.
Christ.
Down's gonna look at the dude like, how did you get all these rats in that cage?
I had to look it up to find out how many rats are supposedly in the swarm, by the way.
Yeah, Down
Is it
is
20?
like, is like
It's about 24.
Down is like sincerely confused and like genuinely asking how to get all these rats in this cage.
Magic.
Bag of holding.
I
Cage
can't put a living
holding.
creature inside of a bag holding it will kill them instantly.
It's a joke.
Oh, I'm just letting you know.
Maybe they're not actually creatures, maybe they're just fucking machines.
They're all constructs.
All right, so to begin the initiative, the gentleman has unleashed the latch, and he screams, "Ah! Save me, my pets!" And the swarm of rats have swarmed out of the cage as he then kind of instinctively swings his rake. Well, no, he's a little too far at this point. Well, I need to switch these up because he would be here as the cage would have been behind him. Okay, there we go. Sorry. As he swings his he swings his thing towards you, Dallin. As he gets a 20 to hit, soft 20.
That does hit.
Oof. As he then deals 4 points of bludgeoning damage as he hits you with his walking stick. Whoosh! Ah,
4 points.
get away from me! Ah.
I'm looking. What the hell, guy? I just took a hit for you.
And then he's going to retreat, giving you an attack of opportunity if you wish, Dalen. As he's
Yeah,
as
he's gonna
retreating.
smack this boy.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Dallon's properly pissed at this man. Alright.
That
It's
definitely
18.
hits. Go roll damage.
Alright. Give me 1 second.
Poor Dallin. He got slashed by his friend and bonked by a stranger.
The stranger he tries to protect.
To be fair, I did not slash him, I bonked him.
He bonked. He got bonked twice.
I bonked him, but it had a little spice to it.
More than a little.
Okay, where the hell is it? I apologize for taking so long.
How dare you?
Here it is. Okay. D12 plus the strength. Seven damage.
7 damage. As what weapon are you using?
My axe gun.
As you whip your axe around and catch him in the back as he's running, and he flees behind the swarm of rats. 5, 10, 15, and he kind of looks back as he sees the blood dripping on the ground behind him. Get them, my pets! Dallin, it is now your turn.
Oakley dokley.
As you
Time
see
for-
these
for some
swarm of
tomfoolery.
rats just in front of you.
Okay. Gonna measure this out real quick. Wait. Where's the measure? I've lost the measure. Oh, there it is. Yes, that's what I shall do. Alright. I'm gonna use my breath weapon in this direction.
Ooh.
If you can see the ping.
Yeah, so right
Where are
here.
you at?
That's a good question. I don't know. Where is he even at?
Right here.
Damn it!
I'm sitting right in front of
Every
Nympho.
goddamn time.
How?
Down to the
Blaine.
special level of sneak.
Oh, it's actually his image. For whatever reason, his image is not compatible with this.
Oh,
Oh, that's weird.
Weird.
Yeah. Anyways, you are right in front of Nam. Is that correct?
E.
And you are using your breath weapon, which is a cone, correct?
No,
Let me see if I can't fix this.
it is a line. Actually, before I do that,
It is a cone because it's fire.
no, I'm a breath dragonborn.
Where the hell is my HP?
Breath dragonborn's fire breath is a line.
Where the fuck is it? That's the classes, not the races.
Hey, did that fix it?
Fix what? I see his image on like the turn
I
order thing
see
now.
the image for that in the turn order, but I don't see his image on the thing now.
Here, let me
Yeah, I don't see it there.
try
I don't
dropping-
understand why it's being. There it is. Yep, now I see it.
Okay, cool. I just dropped him again, so.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck just happened. It was weird.
Alright, cool. And you're
it's
able to control it, Darwin?
Oh,
Yes, yes, I am.
Perfect. Alright,
just
pretty
give me a second. I'm
good.
trying to figure
64
this
health.
information out real quick so I actually know. I just want to make sure that we actually have this.
I can't change my health though.
The fuck?
Like
Why?
the 68? Or,
Yeah, should be 64 right now.
that's weird.
By
Thank
far the absolute dumbest choice. But he is right. It is a line. It's a 5-foot by 30-foot line.
All right,
So
And,
it is any square up to 30 feet from you. Being basically this. To like here.
So how far does it go?
and I'm
Technically means that you can only hit the two that the swarm actually passes through. Or the
yes,
flame
but I'm
line
So-
passes through.
I decided I'm gonna change what I'm doing real
Oh.
quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a web right here.
So right in this. Okay, give me just.
Another fucking thing I've got to look up. I don't know how that works,
A
actually.
web spell?
Like, I've never looked at it. Yeah, I've never personally looked at it.
Oh, it's a pretty decent spell.
I mean, you can go ahead. No. I'm not gonna prevent you from using it. It's just one of those things, like, I've never actually looked into how it works.
Oop. And then web was, oh lord, how big was it again?
20-foot cube. So it is 4 of them.
Foot cube.
So it fills.
Boop.
God damn.
Hey, guess what?
First Wagon, Nam, and Dallin are all.
Can I move that real quick?
Where do you want it to move?
A little further away from you, a little
Here,
closer.
I'll give you
How do
permission
you want
to control it.
Okay,
Boop, there we go. Now you can adjust it to
Where
where
do you
you
want it
want it to
centered?
be.
thanks.
Because I would say you're
Thank
familiar
you.
enough with the spell that you know where to put it.
Appreciate that.
And I'm pretty sure the wagon appreciates you as well.
So,
I know, I didn't realize it was that big, because last time we used it, it wasn't that
I think we've also been on bigger maps. So.
Actually, yeah, the last time you did
yeah.
use it, it was this big. You just may have forgotten
Oh,
quite how big it was.
big. Okay, gotcha.
So as you
Yeah.
flex your hand, a glob of white stuff just comes shooting out of you, and once it hits this tree, you watch an explosion of white just everywhere. And now I have to make a bunch of saves. What's
That's
the DC?
actually terrifying.
Save of DC of
Strength.
12.
A 12?
Yes. Yes.
Dexterity to avoid it. And
13. Actually, it's 13. I apologize.
Alright, that's a
A dex
fail.
of 13.
Fail. Fail. 13. Hey. Good news.
Swarm survived.
Give me just a sec. I gotta
it's
put a
terrifying.
thing on them now.
But wait, it gets worse.
Wait,
So this is
there's
actually
more.
terrifying. Have you guys actually read this?
For which one? The swarm or the web?
Web.
Yes.
Does it?
Yes,
So-
I was having spell.
No.
Natural
So
20. That one saves too.
this entire area
And he saves too. Wow.
is now literally nothing but spider web.
Is
And
there
slightly-
spiders in there?
No, it's lightly obscured.
Just
Shut the fuck up,
rats.
Talos.
Just rats.
It is lightly obscured, which means that they have disadvantage on hitting you, and you have disadvantage on hitting them.
Oh god.
So, as this glob just shoots out and this entire area just suddenly becomes a cobweb, you can hear squealing and from just hundreds of rats, it sounds like, as they are all, like, a bunch of them are caught. And you also hear, what happened? Why did everything go so white?
Alright. And I'm gonna move right here. And I'm gonna do an action surge and use my breath weapon.
In a straight line, then.
Yep.
Alrighty. And that's going to be a dexterity saving throw.
1 second. Actions. Yes, dex saving throw at 12.
Alright, the first one got a nat 20, so he'll take half damage. That's a 17, the other one will take half damage. And the guy got a 16, so they all take half damage.
Yes, there's also what happens to fire in a web.
Yes, catches fire, from what I remember.
Dealing 2d4 damage. It
Yes.
starts its turn in the fire.
Oh god. Not again.
Everything good on your end there, Justin?
It's
I
not
am?
Justin.
Not my dogs. My
Oh.
dogs aren't going
Not
nuts.
It's my side.
I guarantee you'd know it's my dogs.
Yeah, your dogs would probably blow our eardrums out.
Ozzy would hear just
Fucking
as
Oh,
Well,
they
fuck,
take
coming
4
back.
damage. Take 4
I would
damage from my
immediately
fire.
mute was my dogs.
Yeah, I know.
Alright. They take
My dogs
4
are-
damage.
My food's here. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Let's see
Oh,
here.
gosh, that I'm getting flashbacks of fire, like of seeing everyone burning in flames, and now there's rats that are on fire in webs.
But wait,
Um.
there'll be more.
Oh dear God. Burn away like any that is touched by flame burns away within a round. Has fire actually been taken to it yet?
It just did.
I think he just breathed his breath weapon.
Yeah, it just got activated.
It is 2d4 to any creature that starts its turn in the fire.
Yeah, so that's currently the 3 that just got attacked.
Yeah, but it spreads because it's flammable.
Yes.
All right. Yes, that's
And-
why I did that.
On top of that, it's 2d4 fire damage to any creature that starts its turn in the fire, and it burns away within 1 turn.
That is correct. So, is that the end of your turn, Dallin?
Terrifying.
Yes, that is in my turn.
All right.
It's a terrifying ability.
With that,
Yeah, that's why I put it up there.
it is now the rat's turns. As I'll go ahead and it was a DC. What was it again for the to escape out
It's
of
a
web?
strength.
DC of 12, I believe.
It would have to contest what his
It was a
spellcasting
Dex DC
modifier
of
is.
12. It says on here it's a Dex DC.
No, so it's a dex to
Avoid
not
it.
get caught in it, but if they are caught in it, it's strength to break out of it.
Gotcha. Okay.
They broken out.
And I guess it's green DC.
He broke out too. That takes their action to do, I believe. So
Yes, it does.
those 3 are done with that. This group here
Don't they take fire
are
damage?
going to swarm you. Yes, they do take 2d6, which I got as 2 double 6s, so they take 12 points of fire damage. As you watch a bunch of the rat bodies get engulfed in flame, and you hear popping as they almost seem to be exploding from the fire. But the rest of the swarm then goes into your space as they begin to swarm all over you, Dallin.
God. And they're on fire.
All right, I have to do a roll.
Ryan started the fire. It was always burning.
As they have an 18 to hit you.
No, that doesn't. Oh no, it does meet, so it does hit.
So as they begin to swarm upon you, and they begin biting and as they're clearly freaked out, you take, let's see, that's 9 points of piercing damage as they just like get into embed themselves under your armor, begin biting at your unguarded flesh.
Oh god.
Christ.
Yeah, Dallin definitely needs to do a roll.
And this swarm will move out of the web as they begin to flank you, and they get to try. They're going to hit you. This time with advantage. I'm assuming that a 11 doesn't hit. So as the other swarm is currently trying to also come upon you and bite you into little bitty pieces, they instead are
Seriously. Okay.
They instead are unable to get past the other swarm of rats that are already biting into you. As that ends the rats' turns, as we get to Namfoodle. As you
Question.
see, Dalan is currently getting swarmed by rats.
Question.
Mhm.
Since the rats are able to move into his space, can I move into their space?
Yes.
Theoretically, but by doing so, you expose yourself to attacks of opportunity.
Yeah,
That's
swarm. The swarm can occupy another creature's space and vice versa. And the swarm can move through any opening large enough for a tiny rat. Because they are
Okay.
rats.
10. I need to make a dex saving throw, right? Since I'm moving into the web now.
Yes.
Yeah. You gotta beat his spellcasting modifier. I don't think... What the... Oh. It's like, I don't think that beats there.
Flash of Genius.
That was-
Using Flash of Genius on that check right there, so
That's
it beats.
a 12.
it does
Yes.
not beat. He was a 13, was it not?
I thought it was 12.
Dallin. Dallin.
What's up?
What was the save for your web again?
A duck save of 12.
Is it 12? I thought you said it was 13.
Yes, it's 13. I apologize.
Wait, so which is it?
It's 12. 13.
Okay.
13.
Gotcha.
13.
Yes.
Oh, come on, which is it?
13. I apologize.
13.
The brain will
So,
scatter
even
in
with your Flash of Genius, Namfoodle, I'll say that if you don't want to burn it, you don't have to, because it wouldn't work.
Appreciate that.
But unfortunately, that does mean that you are caught in the web and now are restrained.
That's fine. As my action, though, I'm going to cast Shatter.
That's fucking brutal.
Yes.
Pop, 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 pop.
No, not pop, 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 pop. Other than your eardrums.
I just see
so
a bunch of
everything
rats
within
writhing on the
10
ground, bleeding
feet-
from the ears.
Everything in 10 feet of me must make a Constitution saving throw of 18. Oh, wait. Yes. 18.
Yeah, Shatter is
Okay.
brutal.
Which spot are you dropping Shatter in?
The one that I'm in. Because it's,
Directly on you?
Dallin,
well, no.
poor Dallin.
You're dropping a Shatter at your feet.
The horse! The horse is in,
Oh.
in it!
Shit, I thought it was,
It's 60 feet.
at-
It's not centered on itself.
I thought it was centered on myself. I'm thinking of Thunderwave.
Yeah, Thunderwave is that. Shatter is you drop it in a
Technically,
spot
that-
within 60 feet, and it's a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point.
Can I give a suggestion?
I mean, if you want to drop it on your own feet, I mean, feel free, but
Do it right there.
you're going to have you yourself and
Don't hit the
Dallin are
horse.
all both going to have to make saves for this.
Instead of moving because I misread my spell, can I go back?
You want to retract your actions?
Yes, just my movement.
How much damage should I take from the rats? Real quick.
You took 9 points. of
9
piercing.
points, gotcha. Thank you.
I'll be a merciful god, and I will allow you to retract that. Despite the fact that you technically already rolled for it, I'll be nice.
Appreciate it, thank you. In that case, I would like to cast Shatter. Right here on this one.
The middle of the 3.
Yes.
Again, maybe you should do it here.
I am doing it right here.
The horse!
I'm more worried about Dallin.
I don't care about me. I'm worried about the horse.
Dallin, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. DC of 17?
18.
18.
Yeah.
18 Constitution.
Okay, so just a straight.
Oh, this is
Oh, no,
going
wait,
to be
I got-
brutal.
I got Constitution save throws, so +4.
Let's see, and this causes what thunder damage?
Yes, 3d8.
Yup.
Oh boy.
Got
Also,
23.
by the way, the web
Oh,
takes
cool.
damage from this.
So you're going to take half damage. Namefoot, why don't you go ahead and roll that 3d8? Fail.
16.
Fail.
So 8 damage.
Ooh, fail. Ah, that -1 to their con.
Yeah, 8 damage for you.
Fail. Fail. And fail.
They
Yeah,
all
damn
fail.
poodle. Just remember, I'm not Greyhound anymore.
And just remember, I am playing my character, not the character that you're controlling.
Please don't kill my character.
So you aimed it right here, correct?
Yes, centered on this one.
Alrighty. So yeah, that will hit all of them. As oh boy. That drops you down to that. That drops you down to that. That'll drop you down to that. That'll drop you down to that. Hang on a sec. Oof. And that'll drop you down to that.
Oh.
As
Um,
oh boy. So as you flex out your hand, and you all watch a sparkle kind of appear just above the swarm of rats in this area that just free themselves from this burning web. You watch as the sparkle suddenly goes, zoop, and then boom! As in 10-foot radius, this wave of thunder energy waves out, rocks out, and Danheim, you get hit, and a bunch of the rats also. You notice that you're not feeling as many bites, but you do realize that you're inside your armor. You have several dozen rats dead in your armor. As
Oh God!
all the rats, the explosion of sound erupts, and rats go flying everywhere, and the sound, the entire wave seems to whip out, and the guy who he holds out a staff he's holding his staff out for defense, like the wave hits him. You hear a sickening crack as he almost his upper and bottom seems to stay in place, while his middle seems to bend backwards unnaturally, and he just falls into the web and dangles there as he is dead.
Oh God!
Why do you need me to roll it twice?
because web is a constitution or a concentration spell.
Oh, right. You took damage.
Oh,
you
yeah,
have to beat
okay.
a DC of 10 for this check.
Web is gone. Just from the
Oh,
first
okay.
one.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. The second one you would have succeeded the first time. But with that 8, it is now gone. So the web is no longer there.
So
The rats are still on fire, but
So yeah, as Dallin, as you get hit by this thunderous wave and all the bites for it, you can't. You try to focus, but you lose your concentration on web, and as the all the webs just seem to almost evaporate in the air as they wisp off into the air. As Namfood, was that the end of your turn?
Can I attack the rats that are in Dallin's space with my bonus action, with my light hammer?
Yeah, I'll say you can attack with disadvantage, just because. How willing is Namfoodle to hurt Dallin? Like, is he worried about hurting Dallin, or?
He's gonna try
Well, I
not
think
to hurt Dallin.
All right,
I thought you were gonna say, well, obviously he doesn't care.
go ahead and roll with disadvantage then.
25.
Good lord, both ways. Yeah, you like a whack-a-mole surgeon. Go ahead and roll damage.
And then I don't add the bonus,
No,
correct? Okay.
just a 1d4.
1.
1. You smack a single rat.
Nice. Flip that rat in particular.
As you see, it's starting to
It
go.
was that one muscular rat.
Yeah, you see Justin triumphantly climbing at the back of Dallin, and you see him flex his muscles as he's about to dive into the back of Dallin's shirt, and he's like, nope, and he whack! And you send it flying off into a tree, and as you watch it get hit, boom! Squeak! It squeaks, raises up his hands, and flops down. Justin has died.
Dallin's gonna be like, thank you so much. That rat scared me.
Oh, so now you thank me.
Dane, it is your turn.
Well, you did just hurt me.
You see Dallin and Amphitrite are currently being accosted by a bunch of rats, and you saw webs, you saw fire. It's a little chaotic in front of the caravan.
It sounds like it.
You can feel the axe vibrating in your hand.
I'm guessing with the long... It was a long rest that we had, right?
That is correct.
Have I... Because I'm still trying to actually build the weapon in D&D Beyond.
You are tuned to it.
Tuned to it? Cool. I'm going to hit this rat. And because it has the reach feat, I can hit up to 10 feet away from me now.
That would be correct. Let me double check that.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty. Let me go back to my page.
So yeah, so as you kind of go up and you have your axe, you swing it. It almost seems to naturally stretch itself outwards as it just kind of. It almost seems to go towards the rats. And was that a 16 to hit?
Yeah.
That definitely hits.
Alrighty.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Alright. This is either going to go really well or really poorly.
Ooh.
Man, is that you're cosplaying as Goku?
And as you swing, you watch as like the axe just kind of whips around forward, and like Dallin, you can feel the whiff of the wind as this axe just kind of blows nearby you, and you watch as like half of the swarm just suddenly flies off in the air, cleaved in half.
Downs was gonna look around like surprised, like, what the fuck just happened?
And that was your first attack. I think you have a second one.
Yeah.
That 17 will hit too. Swing again. Oh my. And with a second cleave, like a surgeon, you catch every single other rat in the swarm, and they get just absolutely obliterated. As bodies of rats just litter the ground.
I'm liking the new toy.
Downs just standing there, grossed out, having all this rat blood all over him.
Sorry, Dallin.
It's like, thank you for keeping me from getting bit, but eh. Okay.
Alrighty. And is that your turn, Dane?
Yeah.
Alright, it's Talos. It is now your turn. As you're able to just see a fairly large swarm of rats still on the ground. You see an individual currently broken on the and just kind of flopped onto the ground. And there's still quite a few rats currently on Dallin.
Just I hop off my horse. Like, Talos, we got a long day ahead of us. Just see.
Does Dallin hear this?
You're too far away, and you currently have a rat in your ear. Squeak, squeak, great.
My ear! Get out of there!
And I'm gonna take a one-handed swing with my warhammer.
All right. As you approach the swarm of rats.
Three. One sec. $13.
13 hits.
All right. Same roll. I'm doing one-handed with my warhammer, so that's 1d8 plus 3.
Yep. As you kind of march up, just boom, 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 boom. bring your hammer down and you slam it on a few, and you find that you did some damage.
Roll again for my second attack.
$16 hits.
Six
Very nice.
damage.
As you bring your hammer down again, you notice that like they're really squirmy, and while you're still hitting quite a few, you're noticing that you're not hitting as many as you would like, as they're starting to try to swarm up your hammer, so you're having to shake them off, and it's a little annoying. Dave would have noticed a similar thing, except she just did such overwhelming damage that he just obliterated them.
They're shaking my head like, rats again.
All right, is that your turn, Talos?
Yep.
Dalen, it is your turn. As we get back to the top of the turn order.
It's a full action to take my armor off, right?
And it would take you
That is
5
correct.
minutes to get your armor off.
That would be a couple of rounds. Like a couple, I mean,
Like 50
Zero.
rounds.
All right.
yeah.
Well,
Because-
Down's gonna
Yeah.
drop
Um,
his axe gun.
is it-
He's gonna start trying to grab
You
it.
in heavy
grab it
armor?
off. I have medium armor on.
I think the time for that's 8 or say 5 minutes. Yeah, you're right.
5 minutes, yeah, for medium armor.
Yeah, you're right.
For Talos or Dane, it would be 10 minutes. Or wait,
Yeah,
no,
so
that's
it'd be
to
100
don
rounds.
it. Oh, sorry, to doff it, it would actually be a minute.
It'll
Sorry.
still take you
10
Um,
rounds.
10 rounds.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna do that then. Down's gonna drop his axe gun, and he's gonna start just frantically grabbing rats and trying to get them off of him. Trying to hit him, grab him, whatever he has
So
to do
you're
to
doing
get
an
them off.
unarmed attack?
Yes.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. Actually, it's a +7. Everything's a +7 for me. For some reason. Oh no, I got some +8s. It's nice.
Hey. 13, that
13.
will still hit. Go ahead and roll me a 1d2 plus your strength mod.
1d2. Give me a second. There we go. Brain wasn't working.
Here, I'll get.
Where the fuck is the plus?
Still good.
I'm trying to find the plus. I'll just add it once I grab it. All right. Enter. Okay, that's 5 damage.
So you have a +4 to strength.
Yes.
Alright. So you're able to
Why is
grab.
it, no, it's the +3. That should be a 4. I don't know
Okay.
why my unarmed it says 4.
Alrighty. So you're able to grab 2 rats as they are starting to crawl into your armor, and you pull one off you, crack its neck, and then toss it to the side. You grab another one with the other hand, crack and toss it to the side. But there still seems to be about 4 or 5 rats on you at this point. All right, and that was your action. Is there anything else you want to do?
I have my bonus attack, right?
You do. If you got a light weapon
I
on
shall-
hand. Or you want to do... Well, I don't think you could do... No, because you're not a monk, so you can't use a bonus action to do an offhand. Or, well, an unarmed strike, I should say. Or can you?
Well, I do have a dagger.
Let me double check that. Is that specifically a monk thing, or can anyone just do like a... Because that would technically be a light.
Is that?
Like an
Can
unarmed
you do
strike as a
bonus check
bonus?
with unarmed?
I think that's a thing.
No. I believe that is specifically a monk thing, because that would technically be an attack, which is an action. You can look it up.
Yeah, when you use an attack action with an unarmed strike or a monk weapon, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action.
Okay.
So
I'd
yeah,
be able to take my dagger out and start trying to stab some of them.
yeah.
with my bonus
So
attack.
yeah,
Okay.
you take out your dagger. Go ahead and take a swing.
$11.
Actually, that's going to be a. Let's see. That'd be an 8, because for your offhand, when you do an offhand attack, you're not allowed to add your bonus to it. So it's just your proficiency, if you have proficiency, and whatever you roll.
Actually, yeah, so that's just a 4.
Raw, it's literally just months are able to make the bonus action for unarmed.
So with that, unfortunately, that is not quite high enough. As you attempting to stab, you end up clinking on your armor as you just miss them as they're swarming around you, and you're just like, ah! As it is now the rat's turn, as the ones on you are going to attempt to continue to bite you. That is a... Give me just a sec. That is a 16 to hit you.
No, it does not hit.
As there's not quite nearly as many of them right now. They're starting to have some difficulty getting on you. This other swarm of rats is going to attempt to bite you. With a soft 20.
That does hit.
Oh, wait. Oh. Hang on, that's right. That other swarm is dead. Never mind. So instead, that's going to be towards this group of rats to Talos. So Talos, that is a soft 20 to hit you.
Do I still have that bonus AC from the eating?
Oh, how long ago was that?
That was not AC. That was just temporary hit points.
Oh yeah,
Temporary
that was
hit
just
points,
10
okay.
hit points.
Okay. Well, since I have my shield, it meets, it beats. So.
Yeah, so the swarm bites into you for...
Ow! Ow! Hey! Ow!
That's going to be 8 points of piercing damage as the swarm swarms onto you and begins to bite you, similar to Dalin.
Ow! 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 Hey! Ow!
And this swarm here is going to rush forward to you, Dalin, as they're quite spooked, and they're going to attempt to continue to bite you. With a advantage. Nope, that does not help them. As they're still somewhat a little bit like they're trying to reform as they got kind of hit by the fire, and they're not terribly happy about that. This swarm comes up to you, Danfoodle.
Oh, hi.
As they swarm you with a 21 to hit.
God damn. I'm gonna cast Shield on me as a reaction,
Ooh, okay.
and you said 21?
Yes.
And that would not hit.
All right. So as this swarm begins to crawl up your pant legs, as you watch as this wave of rats is coming towards you, like nope, 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 and blah, and you watch as your shield is just barely holding them back, as you're kind of flexing a little bit, as you watch as like dozens of rats are just all over your shield. As it is now your turn, Nam.
Perfect. I'm gonna cast Firebolt at it. On the swarm on me.
All right, roll with disadvantage.
$17?
That's 17 still hits.
Perfect.
As you're holding up your shield with one hand, you flex your other hand with your
15 damage.
fireball as you like point blank just blam! And yeah, okay. Ooh, that is spicy. As you drop this firebolt, and you are able to singe probably about 7 to 8 rats with one hit. Just boom, as they kind of fly in the air. Anything else you doing?
I'm going to smack him with my hammer.
All right, you bring your hammer around, go and swing. A natural 20. You definitely hit.
Holy
That's
fuck.
2d4. Go ahead and roll 2d4. That's
Alright.
5. Knocks it down to that. With eerie precision, you're able to swing, and you're able to knock out 3 more rats as they go flying. But there's still quite a few, but you know that their numbers have been greatly reduced.
Nice.
As Dane, we come up to you as you see both Dallin, Namfoodle, and Talos are all currently being swarmed by rats.
Well done.
Everyone
The
else in your
rats-
party has rats all over them.
Fuck. I can't get the rats on them because that could kill them.
Fucking send it.
No, you don't want me to send it.
Did I stutter?
You really don't.
Yeah.
It would result in a TPK.
Neat.
Yeah, just a...
I check my statement, then don't send it.
let me just roll a nat 20 and drop a fucking meteor. I'm joking, by the
Oh
way.
no. He casts Meteor. Sephiroth!
Comet's
Yeah, this is role-playing as mod right now.
Alright,
Oh, the irony!
I'm gonna move forward to here and then attack this swarm.
Here, I'll just... so you're... Which swarm? The one above Dallin?
Yeah, that one.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit. Uh, 29 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
God damn.
Does a 27 kill it?
Give me just a sec. Let me do some quick math here. As you swing your axe, you cleave a horde of them, and you see that after the bodies fly away, there are 2 rats remaining.
Alright, I'm gonna swing again.
Go for it. That definitely hits.
Wow, that roll did not.
With the
not
last
what it
swing, you cleave and you take out the last couple of rats, leaving this horde completely obliterated.
Hooray! Let's see.
I know he just killed a horde of rats. If he had over him, it looks like he died.
Right?
Yeah, I know. I can't really do anything about that.
He was buried alive by all the rats he killed.
Alright, is that your turn, Dane?
Hang on 1 second. I'm also gonna cast Shield of Faith on Dallin.
Alright. So, Dallin, you feel a familiar glow and warmth come into your body.
Dallin starts hearing, I am a dwarf, but I'm dead. Oh.
No, that's the cape.
That would be
It was
Dane's robe if he
robes.
was wearing it.
Oh, the robe. Yeah. Sorry. Couldn't remember if it was a cape or a robe.
All right.
So, with that, we go to Talos, who is being swarmed by rats.
I'm going to attempt to smack as many of them off of my person as I can.
Alright, go and swing.
So wing, better swing.
Would this be with my this would be with my hammer, right?
Yes. $18 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Send.
Very nice, very nice. As you swing your hammer, swack, swack, you see 4 rats kind of get scattered to the winds. But there's
You mean
still quite
7?
a few on you.
Yep. I'll do it again. Oh God.
The 5 is not going to hit as they're starting to like crawl into your armor, and you're like,
Ow,
and
ow.
you're swinging, and like you realize that you're going to start hitting yourself if you're not careful. So your attack.
What would I
is
do?
A little
What would
slow.
I? Am I able to still move, or am I?
Yes, you're able to still move.
All right. Let's see. Why won't it let me touch my token?
Oh, it might be because of the rats. Here you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Just go ahead and move them wherever you want.
One sec. This thing's not cooperating. There we go. Going to actually move this way.
And as you move out of their area, you will invoke an attack of opportunity.
All right.
15 to hit.
Nope.
You kind of shake them off and you run. You leave the swarm behind.
I'm like jumping up and down to get like, them out of my armor, to shake them out of my armor. Get the hell off me, you vermin! That looks like a weird interpretive dance.
Alright, is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Alrighty then. Dallin, we're back to you, as you still have some rats on you.
Well, since I made a roll, something has changed. So Dalin's gonna look at the rats on Namfoodle with the crazed eyes. Acid's gonna start pouring out of his mouth,
Oh boy.
and he's gonna use Acid Splash.
Nam, I need you to make me, what was it, a dexterity?
Dexterity of 16. I also need to do the roll because that's gonna splash on back onto me to get those rats too.
Yes.
Is it Dex?
Yes, Dex.
Okay, Acid Splash. That's in the very beginning of the spells. There it is. Yeah, you heard a bubble of acid, so you just kind of spew a ball of acid, and it lands on Nam, and you will be taking this, Nam. You will also be taking this.
I'll also be taking. I also get hurt by it.
Yes, go ahead and roll me 2d6 of acid damage. As I'll also roll for the 2 swarms. And that one fails. And that one also fails. Everyone takes the full damage.
Woo!
I'm supposed to damage.
7 damage.
7.
What the fuck did I just miss?
And I am also gonna use 2 sorcery points to do it again.
Okay, so just
Cast Acid Splash?
Yes.
yes, he did.
Jackass.
And so, have you updated your health, Dallin, already?
No, I haven't.
Okay, here, I'll
Damage.
fix you real quick.
That it'll be 40.
Boop. Yep. So as you and then just Talos and Dane, you see nearby just a semi-small explosion of acid, just and you hear a bunch of squeals as Dylan, you don't feel any movement anymore on your body.
Yeah. Well,
And Nafoodle, there's only a few more rats left that are trying to squirm into your clothing.
Nice.
I am
Currently
the
trying to go
other
up your leg pants.
You. And I do not make it again. Well, actually, since there's no
You
more
would?
enemy, it wouldn't be going back on me, wouldn't it? Does it have to have a second target?
You would be the second target.
Okay, yeah. All right, so I don't make it again. I used two sorcery points to do acid splash again.
All right, make another roll, Nam. As essentially, you have,
Hey!
as essentially, Dallin is currently throwing up all over you.
Oh
But this time,
God!
when he heaves again, this time you're prepared. You manage to duck out of the way, but the acid still splashes up and hits the swarm of rats that are on you.
Okay. 11 damage.
So I take 5.
No, you take none.
No, since you
Oh.
take no damage.
Oh, nice.
But the rats, unfortunately, do not, and so they also the last couple get splashed by the acid and they end up dying. All right, is that your turn, Dallin?
Yes.
All right. With that, the last swarm of rats, having gotten a bit of a chunk out of its flesh, swarm over to Talos again,
Oh, jeez, God!
as they do an 18 to hit.
Nope,
They don't make it in.
nope. Because I got my shield. I remember wielding my hammer with my one hand. Remember?
Yes. So
I got my
that's-
shield.
as they begin to try to swarm onto you, you hold your shield up, and they seem to bash into you into your shield and just. Have any of you seen the last season of Samurai Jack?
Oh
Yes.
gosh!
There's the Lazarus creature. Think of that with the Ashi. That's what Talos is currently doing. Just and that's the rat's turn. Namefoodle, is your turn. As you see, Talos is currently being accosted by some rats.
I'm going to look at Dallin and ask him what his name is.
Dallin again is gonna say, "My name is Dallin Black."
Is what?
Dallin Blackbrush.
Okay. Okay, well, in that case, I'm going to cast Firebolt at the rats on Talos.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit. And technically, he's not flanking them. Well, no, this is range, that won't work anyway. Never mind. Straight roll.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I was thinking of a couple rulings that would either go in your favor, but I realized that you're doing ranged, and that wouldn't work anyway. So you get to do a straight roll against the rats on around Talos.
17?
It definitely hits. Go and roll damage.
User.
Ooh, 13. As you see an opening, as you see that a bunch of rats are pounding against the shield, you're like, there! You launch the firebolt, and Talos, you feel a boom, and a bit of a ringing occurs as a firebolt hits your shield, and the somewhat explosion that comes from it roasts, like, a good portion of the swarm, and there's only a few rats left around you, Talos.
Ugh.
If it was like a
Neat.
beam attack, I could say that you did like a Captain America and Iron Man thing, but it was close.
And then I will also swing to hit the
Yeah, or that
Red
too.
Smite Light Hammer.
Alright, go ahead and swing. That definitely hits. Go roll damage.
God damn it.
You smack a single rat.
Another.
Alright, and Dane, it is now your turn.
Alrighty. Ah, yes, I kind of just like kick the pile to the side.
Ugh. Kick a few
I like-
rats. And
I like
that's your
to
turn!
imagine-
No, go.
No.
Tim's like, fuck you in particular.
Nah, that's roll 20 does that already.
Roll insight.
25 feet of movement to climb to the top of the pile of rats.
See if the game's on too.
The rats are currently all over Talos, right? Or are they kind of just like...
They're in his space. They're currently trying to climb onto him, but he's currently holding them off with his shield.
Would not suggest.
Yeah, no. No, I'm... Sorry, I'm just trying to see if I could think of something.
You can just go over and swing, bada.
I could, but I might then potentially hit Talos.
What, you'd be at like nat 1. Roll damage for Talos instead.
Or it could be even worse, could be a nat 20.
Well, if it was a nat 20, you'd just kill the rats.
Hmm.
Up to you, whatever you want to do. If you want, you can hold your turn, and because Talos is up next. He might
Yeah,
have something up his
I'll-
sleeve.
I'll hold my turn.
Alright. So with Dane holding his turn, Talos, we're back up to you, as there's only a few more rats left to trying to accost you.
Smashy, smashy. Oh, like that. I don't know why I put a period there.
20 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Smash.
And with that, you take your warhammer and like a whack-a-mole, you see one splat, you see another one splat, 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 until you don't see any more movement.
I'm gonna shake out my try to shake my armor to see if I feel any left in that might be in there. Ugh.
There's one rat left. Going around the nether region.
And as the area falls silent and the wailing screams of the rats dies down, all of you are left with piles and piles of rats and the broken body of a rugged-looking man.
Fuck the
I'm
guy
gonna
in particular.
point to Namfoodle and Dalen. You two, dig a hole, put the rats in. I'll take care of the man, the unfortunate man.
I got a better idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to just put all the rat corpses in a giant pile and light it on fire.
Adalon's just spewing acid at the pile too.
Potential food. What the hell?
Anything's good if you're brave enough.
I am an.
That
I
is
may,
8 around the world.
like I may have been trained for combat as a paladin, but if I have readily food, I'm gonna take that before I eat the rats.
But hear me out. Protein.
Dalon's gonna move back over to his horse and just hop back on. He don't follow us.
Alright, so as you guys, I assume, take the time to burn and acid all the rats to the afterdeath, I assume, Tyler's, you also do a quick burial for the individual.
Yeah, and a bit of apology prayer for his unneeded, I guess, unnecessary death. But
And I'm also going to help Talus with that as well.
That's debatable.
Sounds
Really
good.
To be
necessary.
entirely fair, never specified exactly what this guy was.
He's Rat King, obviously. Come on.
Oh, what I'm saying is that we never specified whether or not he was literally just a salesman. Because none of you passed that fucking insight,
oh god,
or if he was actually trying to kill you.
Can Dallin do an insight right now?
No, he's already. It's like,
Negative.
You insight that he is dead.
You're not bringing them back.
We don't need that whole like, it's like, answer the death question. Yes, no, I already did. Flop.
who's a goddamn cleric when we need one?
So, is there anything else you
5.
all wish to do
5.
before continuing your journey as you are taking care of these bodies?
I am gonna check him to see if there's anything that possibly send if he had any family or whatever to send condolences.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
I inspect his corpse or anything else.
He was walking on his own.
Investigation.
You do see his cage, though, which seems to be made out of crude iron, and it's essentially the mesh around it seems to be like chicken wire.
4. Are you fucking kidding?
From even from a distance, you can see this did not look like an individual that had too much. I mean, like the clothing he was wearing is almost resembles more of a dirty burlap sack that has been transformed into like a shirt and pants combo that he was walking around in. He had a walking stick which has been cut, like broken in half, that from the shatter blast, and you find like 3 copper on him.
I'm gonna leave the 3 copper on him. Just kind of give him his last rites. Like,
Can I check cast Arcana on the cage?
Sure.
Do I see? Do I think anything is weird about the cage?
As you take a look at the cage, you can see that it is permanently bulged out, despite the fact that there's nothing in it, but there's nothing magical about it. You can probably you determine that for the amount of rats in there, it seemed that for some strange unknown reason, they were just either crammed in there, or they got to be so many in there that they just kind of struggled to exist in there.
Fair.
And that the amount of rats that
quick
were in
question.
it, some would probably call it illegal to keep that many creatures in such a small container.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yes.
Would Bagel be unsettled by Dallin right now when he's trying to ride him?
Roll me an insight, or roll me an animal handling with disadvantage.
Animal handling. Okay, so a 12.
A 12? Just from the smell of your body, Bagel seems to... and allows you to ride him unabated.
Okay, there we go. Very nice. PETA.
Audience for the ethical treatment of animals.
All right. And so do you all continue on your journey?
E-
Does anyone have any objections?
No.
The what?
Objections?
Sorry, I like part of my headset cut out for a sec.
I was asking if anyone wanted to do anything else before continuing.
Oh no, sorry.
Send it.
All right. So, as you all continue on your journey, you continue to head north along the path. Nothing else seems to occur as you all continue onward.
Oh, 1 second. Dallin did pick his axe gun back up. Just...
I assume that you all took a few minutes to grab anything that you may have dropped, as well as anything that you didn't obviously want to leave behind.
There we go. Just to make sure.
We get to a few days later in this during the session, and you're like, "I take my gun." Actually, you left that behind. No!
Like, God damn it!
It's been lying in a field rusting for the last 3 weeks.
My baby,
Been
no!
lying in a field rusting for the past 5 decades. What?
What do you mean?
Alright.
Damn it, Dallin, you know how hard I worked on that.
Is it the 41st millennia? But we found this cool gun in the grass.
But is it an axe or is it a gun? We may never know.
Yes.
So we'll take it to the Mechanicus. They'll figure it out. It's lost technology.
Yaman is rolling in his grave if he has a grave right now.
Alright, as you all are traveling and it's starting to get later in the evening, you realize it's about time to find camp for the evening. So,
Alright.
you can either roll survival or perception of your choice to see if you can find a suitable location.
That checks out with how Dallin is right now.
Roll survival.
Sadly enough, that's gonna be the roll for both of them because they're both -1s.
As you all kind of are scouting around the caravan, as you all continue to head north, you see that the area has continued to be fairly plainsy. There's not a whole lot of trees around. Streams seem to be very minimal, if any. It's a lot of open ground. So, Namfoodle, as you had the highest, was that a perception or survival?
That was survival, but can I use Flash of Genius on that?
That'll increase it to 17?
16.
16. Yeah, so that was your last one, or that was your third use of today, I believe, right?
Fourth.
Fourth, okay. And that would be your last use then?
I have one more.
Gotcha. Was it based off of like your proficiency or?
Intelligence modifier.
Gotcha. Couldn't remember. All right. So yeah. So with a 16, as you're taking a look around, everywhere doesn't seem that great, but you see a particularly flattish spot. The hills seem to cover up just right enough that you're like, here, we're going here. And so the rest of the caravan then does it circle around with a few campfires in the middle as everyone sets up their stuff and gets ready for the night. All right. And so, what do you all do?
Alright, well, I'm gonna make sure, go check some of the carriages just to make sure that no rats might have gotten into them.
All right, go ahead and roll investigation. Anyone else?
Dallin is gonna go check on the horses, but specifically, mainly gonna be looking at Bagel.
All right. Go ahead and roll an animal handling then.
17.
17. Very nice
Rolled
rolls.
an 18.
All right, for you, Talos, as you make a quick patrol around the perimeter, you check to see if there's any vermin or anything else. You take a look, and you see that aside for some bugs starting to fly a little too close to some of the sealed packaging, they see just kind of flutter nearby and then just flutter away. You're pretty confident that all the containers look to be untouched for the time being. None of them seem to have been disturbed in any way.
Every so often you see like a field mouse, but that's it.
All right.
And so your quick patrol goes fairly well. You're fairly confident about the security of the group. Dallin, as you approach the horses, you see that they all have been they're not too far away from the caravan. They seem to have been placed near a relatively low flowing stream, enough that they can be satisfied with it, but not nearly enough water to really refill anything for the rest of the caravan. But you see that Bagel is there and appears to be nibbling on some grass, and as you approach it, it kind of flicks its ear a little bit, and you see one of its eyes go up to you before turning its gaze back down to the ground, and it doesn't seem to be stressed or uncomfortable in any way as you approach it.
Alright, Paul Downs gonna grab one of the sugar cubes, but instead of actually giving it to the horse, he seems hesitant and decides to eat the sugar cube instead of giving it to the horse.
You say Dallin eats the sugar cube?
Yes.
Alright.
In front of the horse.
Oh God.
Like he thought about giving it to the horse, but was like, nah, just eats it.
The horse just kind of looks up at you, and it raises its head a little bit. You see it bare its teeth, like, you know how horses sometimes do that thing where they part their lips and they show their teeth, and then it goes down to back down to the grass and continues eating.
All right, that'll be all.
All right. Anything that Danfoot wants to do the evening?
Can I take a look at the Swiss Army knife thing that I have?
You certainly can. I think Justin is more familiar with that item.
The Dundras utility knife.
Yes.
All right. Roll.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Would you say investigation on it, or you want him to make more of a history or arcana check?
Investigation Arcana.
Both? Or one or the other?
Both you need a combined of 25 to learn anything about it.
Okay. Here's the first one.
No, you
Here's
may
the
not
second one.
use Flash of Genius.
I am not using Flash of Genius either.
So you roll a
Son of a bitch,
27
though.
for investigation and a 15 for arcana.
Alright.
Sure. Doesn't really matter since they're both same modifier.
All right.
So what exactly are you trying to figure out about this item?
I'm trying to see if it's magic or not, pretty much.
While you're playing around with it, you're sitting there, flicking the blade in and out, toying around with the tools on it. You find a toothpick. First, you're not sure that this thing is magical at all. I think it's just some mundane tool that somebody created because they needed all of their tools on hand at once. As you're toying around with it a little bit more, feel a slight tingle here and slight tingle there as you're playing with it, but you're not entirely sure what exactly the magic within this does. You have to get it checked out by a mage of some sorts. Actual training.
Oh, bitch. Is there a mage in our caravan by chance?
I know, y'all tell me! You're supposed to be keeping notes, damn it!
There is. There's a group of, was it 4 or 5 that are currently traveling over to Lancaster.
Oh, perfect. I'll go to those mages then. Thanks, Dane.
They're probably down with Burning Arm right now.
Again, I'll go to those mages then.
Alright. Were you doing anything, Dane?
I'm just gonna kind of, what's it? Practice with the axe, just kind of get a feel for it.
Alright. Roll me an athletics check.
Alrighty.
Ooh, 24. Very nice. As you take you kind of go a bit of a distance away from the camp to make sure that you don't accidentally chop anything that doesn't need to be chopped. You do some old practices that you used to do. Like you haven't you've just mostly been going off of your old training for most of your combat, but you haven't really practiced any for a while. Not like as you've seen Talos practice, as he seems to have a very strict regiment of training and practicing that he does with his warhammer. But you decide to kind of, in order to make sure you know how to wield this axe properly, you kind of take a stance and you think back to your mind, back to your old days, back when you were blacksmithing, and you were taught a few good ways of how to practice a swing, a few weapons to get the balance and make sure that they were being forged correctly. And so you take a number of minutes to get a few swings in, just whoo, whoo, and really get a good feel for it, and you find that it is incredibly comfortable in your hands, and you have a pretty good training session, getting really familiar with it.
Very nice.
As for
Take
you,
1 point of inspiration, Dane.
Ow.
remember, all of you, if you haven't used your inspiration yet, they do not expire. And with our homebrew system, if you already have inspiration, then you can add a +1 to every time you gain inspiration until you eventually use it.
Cool. Good to know. That was actually going to be my question.
Yes. And that is a homebrew rule that we've determined just to make it more interesting, because normally inspiration is just you only get one and done, and if you have the opportunity to get another inspiration, it just kind of drops because you wouldn't normally.
Yeah. So depending on your DM, can give you a set amount of inspiration, but once they have awarded that inspiration, you cannot get more until you have used that inspiration. So, say for whatever reason I was being extremely generous and give you like +30 your inspiration. You could theoretically use that in a role-playing role. Yes, that is actually what they are meant for. They're meant for your checks and saves. Stuff like that. It's meant for you to be able to do that impossible task.
Or at least help with it.
Yeah.
I've seen many times where inspiration rolls are worse than the original roll, but that's just the way the dice work. So, just to kind of reiterate, you're able to hold on to your inspiration and use it whenever you like for any attack, any ability check, any save that you may need to make. You can save it for that in order to basically gain advantage on whatever roll you make. But then, as a special homebrew rule, if you don't end up using it and you gain another point, then it just continues to give you a +1, and then the next inspiration is a +2, then the next one is a +3 until, we're putting a limit at a +20, if that ever it was to happen. I might lower that.
Yeah, because that'd be a little broken.
Yeah.
It's a guaranteed 20.
Yeah. We don't want to. We want to make sure that it's still fair and everything, but we also don't want you getting screwed out of the opportunity for inspiration. So,
I'd say that I'd probably limit it to maybe 15 at most.
Yeah.
As even then, you can still technically fail.
All right. So, with that in mind, you get a point of inspiration, Dane, and Namfoodle. As you kind of go through the caravan camp, you find your way over to a couple campfires, and you see Burning Arm currently chomping on some food as he kind of sits around a bunch of cloaked figures who are also kind of eating some food. What do you do?
Very awkwardly in Namfiddle's fashion, he's gonna kind of walk up next to them. Like, hi, you guys, mages?
You feel all the eyes in the group fall upon you. Oh, Namfoodle. Good to see you again.
Do I know you?
Yes, we met earlier. You were remarking about the axe when I was giving it to Dane.
Ah, right.
I'm,
Sorry,
I'm
my
Dragaku
memory
Burning
sometimes... Pleasure to meet you once again, since I apparently... Anyway, I had this, thing. I was waiting to get it. I feel some magical power coming from it, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. I was hoping that, you guys would have an idea.
Well, magic isn't really my expertise. What about you guys? He kind of looks over to the group. All of them kind of look amongst each other, and then one kind of raises their hand up. I could attempt to look at it. I somewhat have a small expertise in identifying stuff.
Very well. I walk over and hand him the Swiss Army knife.
Very nice. As he takes a moment to look at it.
I cast Flash of Genius on him.
Yeah, as he begins to investigate it and take a look at it, you take a moment to be like, okay, so this here does this, and this here, and this is what I noticed from my point of view, and that seems to really help him along. He goes, oh, yes. Most intriguing. I'm not quite sure where you found this, but the magic on this seems to make this tool nigh indestructible. Like each of these small bits, despite the fact that they're so small and thin, well, I'd be remiss to say that it'd be very difficult to actually break any of them. It takes some great power to do so. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really much of a worker of hands. I tend to be more the magical sense, but I imagine if you ever need anything, any specific tool or anything, I imagine that you could use this to probably get the job done. I mean, what do you think? As he kind of holds his burning arm, a little small for my taste, but and he flicks out a pick. That could be useful as a leather punch, or maybe even to help engrave something. And then he puts that away, and then he pulls out some pliers. That's quite handy. Do you want this? Because I mean, this is kind of a nice tool.
I mean, there you go. I screwed up again, but you know.
What are you willing to offer for it?
I would advise against selling it.
And most likely not. However, the price is right.
Roll me charisma check real quick.
Just straight charisma?
Yeah. Ooh.
That's pretty good.
Fuck.
Like that's really good for a flat charisma check.
Yeah. Wait, you have a 0 to charisma? Oh wow.
Charisma was my dumb stat.
I mean, it made sense. You're not really trying to impress anybody.
For something like this, I mean, I don't see these too often around, and it's quite a handy thing. I mean, I don't have a lot on me. I could offer you 400 gold for it. Especially for how handy of a tool it is. You don't have to accept that if you want. I mean, it's just a kind of a thing.
I appreciate the offer, however, just buying all the tools themselves would probably be close to 400, so I will hang on to it myself.
Yeah, very well. The robed individual kind of takes a look at you and goes, from what I could tell from my identification, this artifact, I guess you could call it, I believe, from what the mystics tell me, it is called the Dundrasian army knife. Unfortunately, don't know much about the kind of lore of that, as, well, there are certainly a lot of armies in Dundras, but we're not really army individuals ourselves. Perhaps if you took it to someone who was formerly in the army, you might be able to get more information out of it.
Would you happen to know that name on it also? As I point to the name on the army knife itself.
What is the name? I forget. McDougal? Let me do a quick history check for a couple of them. We got all the robot individuals kind of look at each other, and Birmingham kind of takes a look at it. McDougal. You know, that almost sounds like a halfling name, maybe. But unfortunately, you don't know any McDougal. Haven't heard any of them in my blacksmithy.
Yeah, very well. I appreciate the information on this.
Yeah, of course. Anything to help you, lad. After all, we're all on the road together. If you ever need anything, be sure to ask the caravan. You never know what a unique skill or ability any of us might have.
I'll kind of just give like this slight bow to that and walk off.
As they go back to their food. Alright. Was there anything else anyone... Oh.
So you are aware here, Nam, the shortened version of this is DAK. It's pronounced Aka.
Dak, got it.
Daka, motherfucker.
Aka.
It's my
Kind of like Daka, but...
If you look really hard, you might be able to find his partner, Daxter. No one.
Huh?
Out.
I know there's a few PlayStation people here that gets that reference.
Oh god.
Jack and Dexter.
Shh. Let's go on. Let's move on. Is there anything anyone else wants to do this evening?
Not on my end.
Well, since it doesn't seem
Neither
to be
on mine.
any.
I'm pretty sure I did all my stuff.
You all then will get to bed. Are you all forming your usual kind of night watch?
Yeah, rotational.
All right. Who's first?
What? Let's
I'll
go.
go first, I suppose.
I'll go first. Why the hell?
We can make this pretty simple on how we do this. Basically what we're gonna do is a D4. Each of you pick a number.
Three.
Unless they want to decide what order they want to go in. I mean,
Yeah. So, Nam, you said 3.
Sure.
4.
Sounds 4.
I'll go 2.
All right.
1.
You tell us.
Okay. Talos is first. Dallin. It's not going to work because that's also Talos again. Dane, you're 2, correct?
Yes, I am 2.
You go third, and last is going to be Nam.
Woo!
So as you all head to bed, Talos, I'll need you roll me perception check, and are you using anything to light your light the night?
Yeah, I'll use my lantern.
Alrighty.
I mean, basically just use that as a point system from now on, if you ever have to do it.
Oh,
Or
no.
you guys can go decide beforehand.
Before I forget, all of you go ahead and mark a ration off for the day.
All right.
Except me.
Well, yes, except for you, because you have the orb of I'm never hungry or thirsty.
Doesn't mean that you don't need food, though. Just means that you don't feel hungry or thirsty.
It's
Listen, you son of a bitch.
Alright, go ahead and make a straight perception check then, Talos.
alrighty. 18.
18.
She said straight.
Oh.
Well, that is straight. Not like just no advantage, no disadvantage. It's just a straight perception check. So that is great.
So
So, as you kind of take your patrol around, keeping an eye out, you watch as the rest of the camp slowly kind of puts out their fires, as you still see the dark amber of the glowing coals slowly dying out through the rest of your watch. As you take a look, you stare out over the hills, and it's quite dark out, but it's still quite clear sky, as you're able to see the stars flickering above you. You hear the sound of some creatures, perhaps some nighttime things prowling about, hunting for their food. But overall, your watch is uneventful, as you notice that nothing too much is happening, thankfully. And at the end of your watch, you start to stretch and yawn a little bit as you're feeling really tired as you go over to wake up Dallin.
I'm gonna tap him on the foot.
Would you say Dallin probably is out of that state again?
Yeah, you've
After
gotten
he slept.
the equivalent of a short rest, and Dallin, you kind of feel it tapping your foot, and you wake up, and it is quite dark out. Do you have the goggles of night vision?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so as you kind of blink a little bit, and you put on your goggles like you're putting on your glasses in the morning, you can see through the dimmed night vision Talos standing above you.
Oh god, where am I?
You're in camp. It's your shift.
I thought we were fighting rats.
We did. We won. Congrats. Now it's time for you to watch.
Oh, okay. Dallin gets so confused.
Drink some water. Make sure you
We
drink some
won.
water.
I will not elaborate.
Alright.
Yeah, Dallin's gonna drink some water while he's just looking around.
I go into my tent and plop myself down.
And you quickly fall asleep. As Dallin, I'll go ahead and have you roll for me.
Oakley dokley. Lay perception. Let's go. Hey, let's go.
Very nice. So, as you kind of look around, you kind of have a good sharp eye out as you can see very clearly for a good 60-ish feet normally with the goggles on. And you see some blinking eyes of some small critters that pop up from the grass every once in a while and are looking around, and they seem to catch your gaze for a moment before scuttering off and doing whatever they're doing for the evening. You hear some fluttering, and as you look above, you see a few small bats just kind of fluttering around and picking off some bugs. And as you kind of are taking up your watch and taking a look around, you kind of take your cloak a little bit and pull a little closer as you feel a bit of a chill starting to come in the air as you can feel the temperature starting to slowly drop.
Would I be able to investigate that, see if it's anything weird about the drop of temperature?
Yeah, you can do a quick investigation check.
Okay. Investigation.
Or survival of your choice, I'd say. So investigation or survival.
I have a higher investigation, so yeah, I'm jumping on that.
All right.
16.
Very nice. As you kind of take a moment to just freeze and just feel everything around you, you close your eyes. You take your finger, you lick it with your tongue, and you hold it up in the air and just kind of get a feeling for it. And it's very slow, almost unnoticeable, but like you could just feel it just barely starting to go down. And you figure that perhaps it's because the sun is down and it's just starting to get chillier, but it's going down a lot quicker than it normally would. And you determine that perhaps like just due to normal weather stuff that the temperature is just, it's probably going to be a cold day tomorrow.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Well, and Talos is next, right?
Dane is.
What's Talos? Dane. Ah, yes. All right, so Dane's gonna go over and no, not Dane. Dallin. Can't speak.
You okay?
Dallin's gonna go over to Dane and wake him up.
All right. And so as you kind of go into the flap of Dane and you kind of nudge him awake, Dane, you open your eyes up, and in the semi-darkness with your dark vision, you can see Dallin clearly, and almost like the night vision goggles in this place almost appear to have like the glowy look of some eyeballs. Like, you know how if you look at a creature with a flashlight at night and their eyes glow, that's kind of what you're seeing with the night vision goggles right now.
Those goggles they look a little bit odd on you, Dallin. Your eyes are glowing.
They're glowing. Well, that's pretty cool. That looks menacing.
As you take off the goggles and look, it is very pitch black, and you don't see the goggles after you take them off.
Well, yeah, I can't see shit. Put them back. Put them back on.
Yeah.
I just roll over in my blankets, just like.
Well, Dal's gonna be like, seems that there's gonna be a cold front, so might want to layer up. And it is your turn.
Ah, yes. Question: How loud is the robe?
Oh God.
Let me find that out for you.
I'm wondering if it's fine, if it's like starting to wear down like batteries, like it's just a.
It can be cured up
We
from,
probably sneak
it
around
could
and
be cured up
Green
to 10
Shampoo.
feet away.
Just feel like cover, like put a pillow over our head, like.
So you put on the fancy dwarven robe.
I'm gonna put it over the armor.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy hole.
Dal's gonna look
digging
at
a hole.
Dane. Like, you could use my cloak for a bit if you want.
Like annoying alarm clock. All of you hear that for just a moment, and you wake up just enough to you're like, oh, come on, shut it off, and then you all kind of drift back
5
to
more
sleep.
minutes, please.
I'm gonna kind of roll over and just put my thumb up and go back to sleep.
All right. It does not interrupt your long rest.
That's what I was worried about. That it was going to for everyone's
like-
long rest.
It's like that alarm that you forget that you set up, and your phone goes off, and your hand's like not fully conscious brain is just smacking your hand around to turn it off.
Except in this case, you'd be smacking it and it just would continue going off.
Just
Down
I am a
position.
dwarf.
full
I am
stand.
a dwarf. I am a dwarf. All right. So you take your watch then.
yeah.
Alrighty, go ahead and roll me a perception check then.
Alright. I see nothing.
2.
You
Ooh.
lose your dark vision.
As you were quite sleepy, you kind of roam around. You spend most of your shift trying to keep awake enough just to say that you did the watch, and you can wake up you can wake up Namfiddle for his next spot. But you're just so distracted by just how sleepy you are that, as far as you're aware, nothing happens.
Yeah, well, that's comforting.
Yeah. And so you get to a point where you're about to pass out again, and so you go to wake up Nam.
Your 6 a.m. alarm clock. Wake up.
I'm gonna kind of just try to brush him away, but accidentally touch the rope again. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy hole, digging a hole.
An angry snort from Talos as he's in his sleep,
Dallas just knocked out.
I get up reluctantly and go on my watch.
Alright, so as you lay down and quickly fall asleep, Dane, Nam, as you take a step out, you see the breath. You're the breath in the air as you breathe out, and you're like, "Ooh!" As it's starting to become quite brisk in the morning.
Dane didn't even warn him about the cold, how cold it is.
With that, can I just
Damn.
cast
To be
fire
honest-
bolts, but just
to be
hold
honest-
it in my hand?
Yeah,
or you could relight the fire.
I'm not gonna draw too much attention.
True.
So as you hold the fire and with your dark vision, you kind of keep yourself a little bit on the warmer side as you begin to patrol around. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Well, shit.
You also see nothing.
You're awake
Quick
enough.
question,
as
though.
You got enough sleep.
With my passive perception, could that override it because it's tired?
I would say no, because your passive perception is if you're doing other activities, but since you're actively trying to keep an eye out, that is what you're rolling for. If you were doing something else, your passive perception would take into effect to see if something could sneak up to you.
Gotcha.
It's a bit of a weird gray area, but at this
Okay.
point you're shivering and it's kind of chilly. At this point, the temperatures drop down to 35 degrees. And you're focused more on
Jesus.
trying to keep warm, and as you take a look around, you don't seem to see anything.
I'm gonna relight the fire. It's
And then
fucking cold out.
eventually, and as you kind of get the fire going again, the sun begins to rise up as you see the sky brighten. And after a couple more hours, pass, and you're just kind of poking the fire, getting it going again. The sun rises, and you feel the slight warmth of it hitting your skin as eventually you all begin to stir, and it is a new day. As you all kind of wake up, and as you begin to undo, like you can feel the coldness on your faces, and I don't know if you've ever done any somewhat cooler weather camping, but if you ever have, you know very well the kind of briskness of the early morning chill.
I haven't done any of that in a long time.
All right.
Well,
Morning.
Fuck you, Dan. It's cold.
Bit brisk.
I'm just gonna take a nice, like, deep breath of the cold air. Feels like home.
Yep, as you all take in that breath of air, and you kind of take a look out into the surrounding area. The sky appears to be clear and sunny. There's no wind to speak of, so there's no wind chill technically. It's just a nice balmy 45-degree day. As you see that everyone is currently packing on a few extra layers of clothing and shivering as they go about eating some breakfast and getting the caravan prepared to leave.
One sec. I'm checking something really quick. Just my notes real quick. Alright. Yep, we're good. Just to double check something.
I forgot about the new map.
Yeah. Just kind of show you all a little bit as a point of progress.
I was like after about 2.
So you all technically started over here. Over here. And you traveled west, and now you've been heading north as...
You got a long way to go.
Yep.
In a short time, get there.
Oh god, just popped in my head. Like, I'm checking something in my... I'm like, oh god, that of course pops up in my feed. It's the little clip from frickin' Gumball where it's Darwin as a fish like crawling. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Oh, Lord.
So I'm like, oh dear Christ, no, why? Alright.
Alright, so, as you all pack up your gear, is there anything anyone wished to do in the morning before they went off for the day?
I'm gonna check the horses' their shoes, like their feet, and to make sure like nothing's wrong with their nothing needs to be cleaned out of their horseshoes and whatnot.
Alright, roll me an animal handling check.
20 plus.
I'm gonna check the carriage to make sure everything's in tip-top shape.
Go and roll me investigation.
Soft 20.
Very nice. As you kind of go to each of the horses, you see that you tend to... I assume you attend to your immediate horses, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
So, as you tend to your immediate horses, you're not proficient in horse riding. You're able to do it, but you don't have the best expertise with horses or anything. But you know how to do some basic maintenance from them, just due to your time back in your order.
Mm-hmm.
And you calmly approach them. You make sure to do so, get right in their vision to begin with, so that way you don't spook them by surprising them. And you're able to go to each leg and bend them up and take a look at each hoof. You see that there's some dirt and a little bit of mud caked into a few of them, and the couple that you see that are a little bit starting to look like they could be a problem in the future. You take out one of your knife and you quickly pick it out and kind of do a quick scrape to clean it off. And overall, you can see that all the horses are They're doing good now. You take the time to prepare them all for the day's travel, and they seem a little happier for it.
There you are. But that'll be better. I pat him.
And the rest of you see Talos tending to the horses as well. And then I know, Dallin, you're working on the wagons. Dane, was there anything you wanted to do?
I'm actually gonna. What is it? Try and attach the robe to the shoulder pads of my armor.
As you touch
I
it.
am a dwarf and I'm digging a
Yes.
hole, diggy hole, digging a
Yeah,
hole.
there's gonna be a lot of that for a minute.
All right, so you're just attaching it to, so like you're making it into like a cape.
A cape, but also still kind of functions. So I can still kind of like pull it over the armor, so it conceals the armor, but also, what is it? Also does act as a cape. Yes.
There's a character I'm thinking of. Let me see.
The way that I'm kind of thinking of it is slightly like, almost kind of like the
Here.
Assassin's Creed type, like robes and such. I don't know.
The
Here,
word you're looking for is a cloak.
Yes, shut up, you. I know it's a cloak.
Here, kind of like here. I'm posting it in the memes. So is it kind of like this, where the white is like the armor, and then the cloak is kind of like the fancy cloak,
Yeah.
where your arms aren't actually attached to it; they just are kind of like draped around you without actually being like you aren't actually wearing them.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'd say that wouldn't be too hard. You're able to, as the thing continues to belch out the same tune over and over again. You tie off the robe at the neck level, and it kind of drips behind you as almost a cloak and a cape, and you look quite dapper.
Very nice.
All right. And so Talos is taking care of the horses. Dallin, with your 11, as you take a look, you see that some of the wheels have taken a few cuts from either some stones on the ground, but you don't find any fractures or any immediate cracks or dangers. You think that all the carts are doing pretty well.
Okay, that's good to know.
And then, Nanfiddle, was there anything you were wanting to do before the journey?
Yes. I'm going to take off the repeating shot I have on Dallin's pistol.
You already did.
And oh, I did already? Okay,
Yeah.
never mind then. In that case, I'm going to just cast or put my Artificer Infusion Repulsion Shield onto my shield now,
Alrighty.
which gives me a +1 to my armor class, as well as 4 charges of the shield.
Sounds good. So as everyone is tending to the caravan, you take out the shield and you began to tinker with it a little bit, making sure it's nice and ready. Alright.
For a second, I thought you were gonna say you were gonna take off the charm from the cloak.
Oh,
No,
God.
When that was
that is
gonna
staying on there. That is never getting removed.
happen.
I'm just like wondering what happened. Like if it gets damaged, does it mess with the way it sounds?
No, it keeps flying.
For all eternity.
Ay. Alrighty.
Like if it gets burned, it starts getting higher pitched the more parts of it are destroyed.
Alrighty. So, as you all begin to head out, I like a marching order again.
This time I think I'll be in the front.
Alright, so we have Talos in the front.
I'll be in front again.
Dallin in the front, which means that we have Dane and Anthem in the back. Alrighty. Dallin has rolled previously, so I will have someone else, one of the other three, roll a D100.
Sound good?
Let's see. That is a 63. Alrighty.
See.
Very good. So, as you all take off onto the road, as I said before, the temperature remains pretty low. It goes from, depending on some of your altitudes of when you crest a hill or go down a hill, the temperature remains constantly between 45 to 50 degrees. It's quite chilly, but just the travel and the stuff you put on, you're able to keep warm enough to, you don't need to make any checks. But it is significantly colder than it's been the last few days. The sky is clear, there's no wind. As you take a look around and you can see the landscape go by, as the shimmering off in the distance of the sea that you saw to the west seems to have faded a little bit. Instead, you can see what appears to maybe be a lake, like perhaps half a day's journey towards the west. And a couple days, and you can see off in the horizon to the northeast, you can see what appears to maybe be the shadow of a forest, with the mountain of La Montagne far, far to the east, slightly southeast.
Wow.
All right. As you continue to travel, I'll have Talos and Dallin go ahead and roll. Perception check.
Perception.
Yep.
21, let's go!
18.
Very nice. Both of you are very perceptive. After having the incident with the rats the other day, both of you are keeping on your toes and keeping a sharp eye out as you continue to travel. As the first half of the day goes by without much incident, as it gets to start to be about early to mid-afternoon, you can see a little bit further ahead to in the path in the north, you see kind of the shadow of an individual traveling.
I'm gonna look over to Don, kind of just like make a nod toward the individual.
Yeah, Dallin's gonna take out his pistol, kind of like just casually be holding it.
Like putting your hand on the holster.
Yeah.
All right.
As your character continues to walk, you get a bit of a clearer picture of this individual as they continue to approach.
So, take it that Dallin and Talos are in the front.
Yep.
As you two are getting closer and closer to this individual, notice that this is an absolutely massive individual. He is dressed in full plate armor, head to toe. Actual metal pieces of the armor itself are black. The leather is a deep crimson red. The cloth on it is a goldish color, reminiscent of sand. See him in one hand carrying a massive sword, the other on his back. This man is walking directly at you.
Can I roll an insight?
Go for it.
Plus 23.
Ooh, very
What
nice.
were you hoping to find out with that?
Trying to see. I'm trying to see if I can notice any intent, direct intent, from the way he's walking. If it's if it's in a very aggressive manner, or just if he's casually
No.
just.
He's not walking at you with intent to harm. He's just walking directly
In general, direct.
at you.
General direct.
You do see that he has one of his swords out. He is very much so prepared for a fight should it occur. But
How
looking
far?
upon
What's the
this-
distance? What's the distance between us and him right now?
At this point, probably about 35-ish feet. As in order to get that insight, you had to be a little closer. So about 30 to 35 feet.
Yeah, at that distance, you get an idea of just how tall this person is, and how big they are.
They aren't riding a horse, I presume, right?
No, they're walking.
I'm gonna
They're walking.
I'm gonna whisper to Dallon's I don't think he's a threat, but don't do anything brash. Let me do the
at
talking.
that distance, you can tell upon your horse that you are the same eye level as he is.
Dang.
He's
Is he
11
alive?
feet tall.
Yeah, this dude's. I'm gonna lean over, kind of whisper to Dallon's alright, I don't think he means us any harm, but don't do anything brash. Let me do any of the talking if it needs to be done. All right?
He's
Sounds
11
looking a
feet
little
tall.
annoyed. It's like, sure, if you really
And
want that
he's,
point to be.
Alice, I'm gonna have you roll another perception check.
All right.
You'll also be able to see a bit of a picture of him on the page right now.
His token is up there. At that
17.
distance, with that roll, you do notice upon his armor a sigil.
Mm.
You aren't quite sure what the sigil stands for, but given how heavily armed this individual is, and knowing the importance of sigils within the world, you can either identify him as a soldier or a paladin.
Can I roll a history?
You can attempt to.
Yeah, because I know with being 40 years, the history might have 11.
With that roll, you unfortunately do not know of this order.
Hmm.
You don't know what the sigil belongs to, but you have a pretty good idea that based upon the way that he is walking, the way that he is constantly looking, you can't quite see his eyes, but you've got a feeling that he's constantly scanning. You've got a feeling this is a paladin. The sigil upon his armor is of 2 crossed swords with a crown of stars.
Mm. All right. How close? How much closer are we now?
You are about 15 feet away from him at this point.
All right. I'm gonna acknowledge him. It's hail and well met, friend.
If I can bug you, adventurers, for a moment.
Oh, certainly. I raise a signal to hold.
1 second, my balls just went nuts.
Oh yes, the
Island
talons are
just
back.
pops out of the ground.
I'm glad I was about to adjust my headset.
A horde of dogs just erupt out of the armor, and I need you to roll initiative.
That's not a man. That's a group of dogs.
I'm gonna raise my hand to signal to the caravan just to stop.
What is that roll for, DM?
Initiative.
It was a joke.
Promise you don't want to roll that.
So the rest of the caravan, as they see your signal, you've all gone over the proper signals several times. You watch as they pull in the reins and then pull their wagons off the side of the road in anticipation for whatever's about to happen.
I'm looking for Village of Duskwood.
Duskwood. Huh. Interesting. I heard it. Dallin, go get the map.
Dallin goes over and grabs the map, throws it at Talos.
Take it and unroll it, and let's see if I correctly. Okay, we're here, so Duskwood is going to be back this way. And I point to the map.
Second here. As for whatever reason, it's being stupid. My mouse is being stupid again.
You're good, you're good.
I see.
My,
to be able to tell me how far that is exactly. Let's see here.
Quite a few days ride, but even farther walking.
Jesus Christ. What the hell is going on with this mouse? Tim, what would we say? That's about what?
7 days.
Yeah, 7 days walking, at least. You
Yeah.
guys would be about half that in a ride.
At least 7 days walk. Pray, what business do you have there?
Heretics.
Oh. Well, if might ask what paladin order you serve?
I am known as Korgoth, the Dread Sovereign of the Celestial Knights.
Celestial Knights.
You can attempt to roll history on that.
Yeah, I'm
You
thinking.
may want to post
You
that
would
name
do so
in the
with
chat.
disadvantage.
Plus.
Is he speaking loud enough that we can hear him in the back?
Oh yeah, I got an 8 on that because since I have a disadvantage, I got an 8 on that. So I'm like, I have no idea. I'm like,
You can attempt to roll.
You
hear
definitely
it.
notice that there's something going on in the front of the caravan, though.
You definitely have an idea as the rest of the caravan has stopped, but
like I've like something trying to think, but not really coming up with anything. I have been
You definitely hear Nam.
I've been a bit out of touch, as it what some would say, with the times, but I'm not quite familiar with that order.
are you? Yeah. All right. So
Dane,
is
you're
that
not
your perception there,
able-
Dane?
I don't think that's enough to hear, or what do you say?
Not from the back of the caravan, but if you were making your way up towards the front.
I'd say
I'm
with
gonna
that, you're kind of
say-
distracted, keeping an eye in the back.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna stay at the back just in case anything does happen.
Nam, with your roll, you are able to catch the name as everybody finally catches up and stops. You can hear his name ring out. If you wish, you may roll history with advantage, as you are a Dundrasian citizen.
You said history?
With advantage.
Okay.
But
I think I know who he is.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'd say you know who he is. All right. So, Namfoodle, upon hearing this name, a bone-chilling shiver runs both up and down your spine. You know this to be one of the best hand-to-hand combatants in all of Dundras. He is Paladin of the Celestial Knights, which are known to investigate any and all claims of heresy, including necromancers, not just limited to necromancers. Literally, if someone even so much as claims
To be a necromancer.
no, claims that there is an Oathbreaker paladin, that somebody has broken an oath, or even spoken a word of treason.
Oh God.
After hearing that, I'm just going to kind of you can see like the sweat on Nam's forehead kind of just start dripping down, which the party would have never have seen before.
I'm just
going
sitting there, like, still sitting there trying to think of, like, not really catching the name. I'm like,
The name sounds familiar based upon your interactions with the world at large so far. Like you think you may have heard it in passing at some point, but as you are standing right next to this man, you're sitting upon your horse, you're standing next to him. He is looking directly into your eyes at the same height as you.
Yep.
You can tell this man weighs about 750 pounds.
Like, he could lift me and the horse at once and chuck us probably 40 feet.
Oh, easily. Looking upon his sword, Talos, Dallin, you both realize that this is a great sword. The same sword that Minotaur wielded. He wields.
And he has two of them. Oh God. Well, whatever business you have there, I do wish you luck. We ourselves came from there a few weeks back. We had a bit of an incident there. Many paladin orders are gathering there, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, nasty business that was.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I believe
So, what is the order that is currently there?
Let's see. I believe the Ash Marchers were heading there when we left the port, La Montagne. The Ash Marchers were on their way.
I see.
Let me think.
That'd be the only one that you know went that way.
Yeah. Other than that, we had others. There were other paladins there, but with all the confusion, with all the situation, I wasn't able to get any direct other orders of other paladins that were there. But the Ash Marchers were very insistent when they ran into us. There was quite a lot of them. I truly hope that the situation there hasn't escalated again. I kind of make a bit of it.
Investigate claims of a lich.
My eyes lock on him. Oh, I can guarantee that there was a lich there. If he's back, then the gods show no mercy on him.
All right, just 1 second. I'm going to have you roll perception, Talos, for his weapons. And going to have you roll a history check to see if you can identify his, symbol for his archetype.
All right, the first one. That one was the first one. Then this is the history.
All right. If you're as close as you are, you do see, at least the sword in his hand, a very unique and somewhat terrifying sword. Sword that he is carrying. Just 1 second. I've actually got to scroll up to the description of it. Where is it? Foot's sake. The sword that you are looking upon is made of some dark, light-absorbing material. And this thing is just jet black. It looks as if it is almost obsidian in nature. The way that the blade has jagged edges running up and down the sides of it. You see every so often what looks like a jagged edge, designed not for efficiency, but pure terror whenever an enemy is hit by it. You notice that there seems to be a slight red aura around the blade. The one on its back seems to exude a slight blue. Dane, I don't know if you saw what I said.
And 15 was my history, by the way.
With your history check, you're not quite sure what this archetype is. So you don't exactly know what it is that he studied. You know you don't recognize it at all. So you can see 2 sigils upon him for his archetype. His first you do recognize as that of the Oath of Inquisition. Second, however, you cannot identify. It is a skull. You can re-roll that because that is a double up bullshit on that one.
Yeah, it just re-round. It's like, right.
But it is a skull
Mm-hmm.
with a scythe and a sword behind it.
I'm reloading roll 20.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I'll let you try that one more time with those.
I'm gonna be like cautiously ask, like, what? I asked her to hope you don't mind it, but I've been a bit out of touch with the lands of Dundras. That other sigil on you, I recognize the Inquisition, but the other sigil, that's not one I'm familiar with. If you don't find it,
expect it is. Because I am the founder of this teaching. It is the Oath of Death's Embrace.
Oh.
With that, you get a slight chill down your spine, both you and Dallin.
Well, so long as it is against those of the enemies of the people and those who break their vows and oaths.
Dane, with your 14, given that, he's actively talking and you're not, hundreds of feet away from him now, you can see his sword, the one in his hand. The black material, if the jagged edges. What Talos did not see, however, and the reason I am giving this to you is because of your expertise in blacksmithing, is that while it looks like it may be obsidian or stone that is used to make the blade, you can tell that this is metal. By looking upon the blade is intentionally designed to slice through the enemies and cause as much fear in the enemy as possible.
Jesus.
Looking at the handle, guard all of that in his hand. You can see the cross guard is actually etched out of bone. And upon the pommel, you see a dazzling white gem. You can see the faint red glow around it as well.
Oh, that certainly is a terrifying but also very intriguing weapon. Just kind of mumbling this to myself.
Well, I'll explain what they are, and as he passes you, but yes, I designed this teaching on looking through multiple old and very ancient texts. The thing that I have found is that while mercy works for most, others just have to put the fear of death in them.
Well, if you're able to get that lich, and I won't, then I believe Bahamut wouldn't mind that. I hope.
Your god holds no power over me.
Oh, I mean no offense to that.
Oh no, like with that you feel that Bahamut's like, I want nothing to do with this guy.
Yeah, it's like
Bahamut's just
don't bring me in. It's like don't bring me into this.
Bring me in this, bro. This is you.
It's like that's like Bob. It's like don't bring. It's like hey.
I did not consent.
Well, I wish you safe travels then.
And to you. Our paths do not have to cross again. If it does, you're not the one I'm hunting.
I hope that as well.
That he is going to thank you for putting him in the right direction. And he is going to move out of the way so that the caravan may continue.
Yeah, I'm gonna signal to the caravan to like, okay, let's go.
It's like, hurry along, please.
It's like, right this way, let's move on.
Actually, before we leave, can I ask him if he knows any safe ways to get to Lancaster?
Best route now, until somebody decides to make it even better, to head towards a larger pool and move towards the mountains to the west. You must cross a river. The lands between Narjacool and Lancaster otherwise are completely uncivilized. There are many monsters here, including manticores and wyverns.
I'd rather not run into those.
And I'm assuming that you and Nam are both at the back of the caravan.
Yes, I'm still back there.
Nam, were you at the back of the caravan as well?
I feel like I would have moved up after seeing Telos kind of just tell the caravan to walk away and seeing both Telos and Dane.
Yeah, but like, would you have stayed towards the back of the caravan, or would you have moved towards like the middle of the caravan?
Middle.
All right. So a couple of moments later, Dane, as you're riding by, you happen to glance at this man, and I do say man because all of you are able to tell that this is actually a human, a very, very big human, but a human nonetheless. look at his swords, and you have an instant chill run down your spine, Dane. And what you feel looking upon this, you recognize the sword in hand. You feel a bit of unease. The sword upon his back. You're looking upon it. The blade is silvery, as if it was made out of pure silver. It is a clean blade. There are no jagged edges. But looking upon the edge of the blade, you notice that it is so impossibly thin. You would be able to cut a single hair in half with it. Not as if a hair is standing up off of the skin, but down the length of the hair.
Yeah, that's thin.
Looking at this sword, you see a faint glow, or fuck's sake, a faint blue glow around this sword. And looking further up it, admiring, while they are terrifying weapons to look at, they are still stunningly beautiful weapons. Looking at this sword out upon his back, you look upon it, and you get up to the cross guard, and you notice that this cross guard is made out of diamond. The pommel of this one is embossed with a symbol of his order. It's made out of mahogany.
Mahogany.
But this, you can get a pretty good idea, given your training as a blacksmith, just how heavy these swords are. For you to wield one, you would have to use both hands, as each of these swords weigh 20 pounds. But looking upon him, you can tell that he is able to use both of them at the same time, if he so chose.
Jesus. So,
His
don't
armor.
piss him off.
Oh yeah, his armor is also made from the same dark metal that the sword in his hand is made out of. It has what appears to be bone-like spikes jutting out of it. You can tell that it's decorated with what appears to be can't tell whether or not it's actual bone or not. You're not sure what kind of value that would add to the strength of the armor, but you don't want to ask. Upon seeing you looking at his armor, Dane, he's going to nod and wave farewell to your caravan as you pass him by. And then he's going to march south towards Duskwood.
Once he is out of sight, all of you notice a significant change in temperature. It seems to be warmer, as it almost felt like it was below freezing for the duration of him being there. You're not sure if that was just the temperature being that way, or if you were all just that chilled from being in his presence that way, or I don't know. It's just with him gone now, it's a lot warmer.
Might have some. Spooky.
Yeah, just a bit. But, oof.
I would not mind getting my hands on that armor or sword. Just have a look.
I will tell you that if you so choose, I can and will allow you to take that archetype. Just realize that your alignment will shift significantly.
That'd be like a several session. Like we would need to do some work with that, obviously.
You would have to spend some time with Kargoth, and he would have to train you personally, as he is the founder of this archetype. But your alignment will shift from lawful good into an evil alignment.
Well, then.
He is not. You can tell by talking with him that he is a no-nonsense kind of person. He's not going to go out of his way to harm innocents. He will not tolerate a heretic.
But if they're even hinted at aiding a heretic, they're done.
Pretty much. He will not tolerate it.
So, was it Ordos Hereticus?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Master Talos, is there anything else we're waiting on?
We're good to start heading on. Let's continue moving forward.
Very good. And you hear a whistle and a wave, and the rest of the caravan whoosh, cracks their reins, and the company gets back on the road, and you all continue to move forward. The rest of the day seems to go without any further incident as you all continue to make your way. You get to a point, though, where the sun is beginning to set again, and with the sun setting, it definitely seems to be more on the chillier side. As I would like you all
Might
to
have
either
to-
make a perception or survival check of your choice.
Might have to bundle up tonight.
That's why I attached this. As I kind of shrug the cape.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy diggy hole, digging a hole.
Yes. I think I'll just grab one of the extra
Legitimately,
blankets. I think I'll grab just one of the extra blankets. Well,
And Nam, you can't help but laugh as you hear once again your chime going off. You're not paying too much attention to the area around you.
That's fair.
Talus, you think that you see a decent spot, but it appears that it is Dallin who really keys in a really good position. Yeah, all right. And Dallin, yeah, as you all are kind of taking a look ahead to see if there's a decent spot. You see an area which it looks like it's been camped on before. You see the remains of some old campfires and a few flattened locations on the ground, and you kind of point that out. Because, as you know, if it's already been camped upon, then that means it's generally a pretty good and safe place to camp.
alright.
And so, as you all group around and you make camp, set up the caravan the usual way, and you find yourself once again with the easily set fire. As I'll need you all to mark off another ration.
Alright. Ration. And we got plenty more to restock on our own individual supply.
We're right back, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Sounds good.
Farewell.
Salutations.
Alright. And is there anything anyone wishes to do for the evening?
Let me see. I'm gonna do a quick check on some like my gear, but also I'm gonna like reread over the letter that I got from my sister.
Sounds good. Anything from you, Dane?
Just gonna kind of make sure that all the equipment is sorted and like everything's up to par.
Cool. Nampoodle?
Not right now.
Alrighty. And Dallin?
Don's gonna go over to the horses and give all of them sugar cubes.
Sounds good.
Well, unless someone is adverse to me giving their horse a sugar cube.
You gonna eat in front of my horse this time?
I'm not in that personality right now, guy.
Alright, go ahead and roll me an animal
I
handling
am
check
a
for
breast
you,
dragon.
Dallin. Dane, I'll have you roll me an investigation. And then Telos, you said you were rereading the letter. Then what else did you say?
I was also just like kind of like checking out checking my personal gear and making sure
Okay.
everything's
Investigation from you as well.
sure.
Skills, animal handling.
Investigation. That's the one stat that I'm mad that's my negative stat on. I have a -1 to investigation.
11.
That can't be helped.
I got a 0 on
14.
investigation, so I figure there.
Yeah, with an 8, as you take a look at your gear, I mean, you can see that like all your rashes seem to be in place. All your stuff seems to be good. Your axe still seems to be just as sharp as the day you got it. It's not too bad.
What about the box with the head in it?
Wasn't that left behind at the end?
Oh yeah, I was like, let me look at my. Yep, I looked at my notes here, and it was left at the. It was sealed up, left at the end. For some reason, I had it in my head that I put it in my bag of holding, but I'm like, wait, why would I bring around the
Poor
box with
Borty.
a head? Yep.
There is one other
Yes.
thing that Dallin would like to do.
Yeah, with an 11 for you, Dallin, you give sugar cubes to the horses. You hear them crunch on it, and but
Is
they don't.
my
seem-
horse a little perturbed towards me?
Nah, they just very content where they are. They don't like. They appreciate. You can tell that they can appreciate the sugar cubes, but aside from that, they don't terribly acknowledge your presence,
Gotcha. Okay.
which is better than how they usually are, which is being absolute dicks. I don't know if you've ever had a personal close encounter with horses, but sometimes they could be like mean dogs.
Can't confirm.
Oh yeah. I had a horse
By the-
not chomp on my hand one time when I was really little.
Ouch.
Yeah.
By the way, just later, do you think you could send me a translate? It's hard to read on like the picture of the letter. If you could send me like a typed out version of that.
Yeah, I can try to do that.
Yeah, it's like because it's just the way that it's coming up on my screen. It's really blurry.
Yeah, I'll see if I can. I'm surprised I didn't do that. I must have did that for
Like-
Dane.
Yeah.
I was like this. I was reading it. I'm like, am I starting to need glasses? What the hell?
Yeah, I try to do some flavor.
No, I get you. I get
some
you.
flavoring context for it. So
I think it's just the resolution when it comes up on my tablet. I might have to adjust the resolution on the screen.
Okay. So Don would also like to take out his notes on the bullets and go over to Namfoodle and be like, "Hey, Namfoodle, you got a minute?"
And it depends. You gonna spit on me again?
I spit on you. When did I do that?
You did that yesterday. Probably your other personality, as I've kind of been noticing, but
Ah, well, I'm sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. Well, I guess I did. If I,
you did mean to do that. Don't try to get out of it.
I apologize. I'm sorry. But I was hoping that you would be willing to look at these notes and kind of help me out, figure out how to make some more of these,
I
or
kinda
just to figure out, get some better understanding on these bullets.
I take a look at the book. Or notes, sorry. What language are they in?
What'd you say?
What language are they in?
They're in common. I was able to get them translated into common.
Thanks to Varys's excellent checks at the time.
Yeah.
Uh,
If not, I think they're going to be in Elvish. Yeah, I think they were in Elvish originally.
what do I need to roll for this, or do I need to roll for anything?
I believe is Justin still here, or is he?
I think he
He's
left.
Go AFK.
He had to run for a second.
I'm trying to remember the notes because that was something that he had written up.
Ah, gotcha. If you want, we can do this later on.
Let's see. So it was the notes on the bullets. Did we? I'm trying to see if he had that written down somewhere. What do your notes say?
Just tell us what they do, like
Alright, I am back.
Oh, perfect timing!
Hey,
They were going over the like the fliss, all the bullets that you had made up, and they had gotten Varys to translate.
What's going on?
I'm trying to read those notes that Garrett's translated for the bullets.
What are you trying to figure out?
I don't know, I was told to read it, so I'm trying to read it, that's all.
What sparked this? I can't do anything with that.
I was just wanting to
I
see
don't
because I
know
wanted
why
to
he
see
was
how
told to
to.
read it.
Don wants to figure out how to make more of these bullets.
One.
Ma'am, looking through the book, you see, because you have the ability to actually, decipher blueprints and stuff like that, you have a pretty good idea of what it takes to create ammunition. You see the base components of each of these, and kind of just let out a whistle as you look at a few of these items, and you're like, this isn't going to be cheap. Some of these items are hard to come by. Which one in specific are you currently looking at making? And I can give Nam.
If you want to give me all the blueprints, that'd be great.
Well, I want to know which one in specific that he's looking for right now, so that I can actually type up the list.
That's fair.
I feel like the MPF would be the hardest, so I guess it would be the easiest.
The easiest one is probably going to be your
Normal bullets.
well, yeah, that too.
I've probably got
what
a
the
few
heck did I
dozen of
call
them
them?
in my bag.
Stinger. Stinger would be the easiest one out of the four of them. Stinger, Fliss, Fleece, and MPF and Brand. So out of the five, Stinger would be the easiest one to make out of them. The next easiest is going to be your Fleece.
Okay. Well, I guess if I could look at those two, but if I can only look at one, then I guess.
You can look at both of them. He's able to tell you what it requires, but 1 second.
And so Talos says for your check, your gear, you checked everything. It all is like you've been pretty diligent about making sure that everything is where it's supposed to be and it's all in order. And so you're able to do a quick check before focusing more on the letter. And I did post the what you requested to your page.
Wait.
Alrighty. Very good. Alrighty then. Okay. So, as Talos is doing that, Dane is going through his gear. We just have Namfoodle and Dallin looking at the at all the schematics and everything.
Mhm.
Very good. So then, with that, as you all kind of finish up with that, was there anything else anyone wanted to do for the evening? I'll take that as a no. So, while we wait for the finishing up of that, how are you all
I already
going-
sent them to him.
Ah,
But
very good. How are you all going to split the night watch today?
I'll go second.
I'm gonna go ahead and type up the other ammo types for you there.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Dane being in the second watch. Who was taking
I'll go.
first?
I'll go ahead and take first.
All right, so Nam first, and Dane, and then who's taking third?
Go ahead and take first then.
You're taking third, Talos?
Sure.
All right. And then that leaves Dallin as last.
Oh, I've been muted. Okay.
What?
I said I want to do first. And like, oh wait, why am I getting skipped? All right,
Oh.
yeah, I'll do last then.
I can do last if you want to go first. Doesn't matter to me.
Nah, it's fine, man.
Yeah, I was about to say it was really quiet, so I was like, okay, cool. All right. So, so did Namfoodle, you and Dallin, and was there anything else you needed to do with the stuff that Justin was working on, or are you good for now?
Does anyone in the party have poison?
I have alcohol.
That's not kind of poison I
Technically,
need.
it counts.
Does it?
Yes, because it technically counts.
It is a
Could I just
poison.
have Dallin kind of just like spit into it instead?
That would
That's
be
poison,
acid.
or that'd be acid. Okay, for the shot.
Yeah, that'll be acid.
Acid would destroy the blood.
Dane, I require some alcohol from you.
You gonna pour it out of the alchemy jug?
Yeah, why not?
All right. What alcohol are you pouring out for him? You pouring beer? You pouring wine out?
What kind would work best, Justin?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what kind of one will work?
Stronger it is, the more potent it is, meaning that it's closer to a poison.
So wine.
I was actually wondering. I know, technically, in its, what is it?
There's also something else that you're forgetting here, Dane. If you did you write down everything the alchemy jug can produce?
Oh,
Oh,
look at that.
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to ask. Because
So he's asking for alcohol. You ask why. He's like, I need it for like a poison thing. And you're like, well, alcohol is kind of weird to use for poison. Why don't I just make you poison?
One other
What
quick
did I
question
think of
for
that?
Justin.
What? Sorry.
How many bullets am I allowed to have at a time for each version?
You may carry a maximum of 10 for each.
Okay, good.
Trust me, some of these are going to be significantly easier than others.
I see that.
So do you make a half an ounce of basic poison?
Yes.
Alright.
Here you go. I have no idea what you're using it for. Do not spill it everywhere, please.
It's best if you don't ask why. And then I'm going to go and start working on making bullets.
Do I specifically see that he's making bullets?
I'd say it's a little hard to hide it unless you were intentionally trying to conceal your work.
No, I just told him it's best if you didn't ask. That's all.
Well, I was gonna say. Nam, are you working on something with Darwin, perchance?
Mayhaps.
These, if it's something to do with his weaponry, these might help. I pull out the pouches for the gun-making items that I've had in my bag for like 30 sessions.
The fucking what?
Yeah, so he has had those tools.
I have
So
had
these are specific
6
tools required to make these bullets. From the very beginning. Like, when you guys found these fucking things in the guardhouse, he's had them.
I can't believe I forgot about that.
I'm going to go ahead and take them and then kind of just go back to work.
I'm also going to hand him the book as well.
What language is that in?
The one in Elvish? Because I already have the
Oh, what?
That is in Dwarvish.
It is in
Oh, it's in Dwarvish?
Dwarvish.
Let's go!
Oh,
If I
That
remember
one
correctly,
is in Dwarvish.
because yes, if I remember correctly, I tried to hand it to Burning Arm and he was like, I do not understand this, and gave it back to me.
Yeah, you don't speak Dwarvish.
Ah, yes.
I
can read this.
understand that this is a language, but which I do not know.
In that case, I will thank Dane and kind of awkwardly just start reading the book.
As you
Brief
read the
moment.
book, it does go into great detail about the specific order in which these must, like, each ingredient must be put in, how much of each amount, so that you're not overfilling and creating a more potentially deadly bullet for yourself and your enemy.
Very well.
Such as for the stinger, it would be, it is a single drop of poison, but it says to make like halfway into the bullet, you must drill a hole, kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay. And what kind of check would I need to make in order to make these bullets? For now, let's just worry about the stinger bullets.
Let's say.
And also, how many can I make? Or would that be dependent on the check?
It'd be dependent on the check, but again, It would also be. I think I'm gonna have it limited to 1d4 for now.
Okay.
You can make the roll. You can literally just do 4 at a time, no problem. But I believe what I'm going to do is, it's a maximum of 3 roll or minimum of 3 rolls. Basically, if you get 4, all 3, you still can only make 10 rounds at a time. It's just one of those things. Basically at that point, you're now like grabbing your hands as if you're starting to cramp, kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay, so what rolls do I need to make these bullets then?
You are going to make a tinker roll with proficiency. Honestly, 10 or higher for stinger.
For
Yeah. For Stinger,
Is it-
it's literally a 10 or higher.
is it sleight of hand or just a Tinker's modifier?
That would be your intelligence.
Oh, my intelligence.
Yeah, that would be your intelligence. You have the tools on hand. If you were doing it with like just a knife, then it would be sleight of hand.
Natural
I know,
20.
I think I did pretty good. Nat 20 with
Roll
a plus 10
D-
modifier.
Yeah, roll a d4 twice, and you'll take the highest number out of that.
3.
So your first round messing around with it, you're not quite sure what you're doing. You think you have a pretty good understanding looking at the book, and your first one you just completely botch. Like, oh shit, that's not how that was meant to go. Second, third, and fourth bullet, perfect. So you have created 3 Stinger bullets.
I will go ahead and hand 3 of the Stinger bullets to Dallin.
So the way that I'm going to do it is that if you get a nat 20 with this,
I roll twice and take the higher number.
yeah, you're going to roll twice, take the higher number.
Okay.
That way you're getting the best possible chance for it. If you roll a nat 1 with it, it's going to be the opposite.
That's fair.
So it sounds like it's a good thing I held on to all that stuff.
Definitely didn't hurt.
Yeah, the way that it's the tools definitely help. If you did not have the tools, you would have to be doing it by hand with whatever you may have on hand, including your Dundrasian army knife,
Oh, so that
because
one
it's
works
not
as
purpose
tools?
made. Because it is not purpose made, it would not benefit you to use it the way that these tools help you. These tools are, like, you're looking at them and you can tell that they are designed just for this purpose. Just to make these bullets.
That's like the difference between using whatever you have in your garage and actually going out and buying a reloading kit, you know?
Nah, that's not much fun. Come on.
So basically, it's like the difference between using a pair of pliers and an actual press.
Ellen, how many Stinger bullets do you have at the moment?
That makes it 8.
That makes it 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Very well.
Stinger is going to be the easiest for you to do. If you were
But
to
then
do,
because I know Shatter, I can do the other one. No
but
issues.
with Bliss, you would have to roll an Arcana check every time.
That's fine.
Simply because it is one of those cases of like, oh, you're trying to make sure that you've got this just right.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the other
I'll get-
ones, you'll have to roll a combination of checks.
No worries.
Hey, give me just a sec, guys. I have to take care of something real quick.
You know, good.
A lot of this is literally just house rules. So for anybody that is listening, wondering about it, this stuff is completely homebrewed. There may be similar items out there. If there are, or if it's exactly the same, I had no idea. This is literally stuff that I came up with on the fly.
So take everything with a massive grain of salt.
A grain of salt. More like
That's
a
why I
pebble.
That's why I said a massive grain of salt.
Just a salt lick. Just take it as a salt lick.
It's a
Oh man, give me 1 second. I've got to pull that information up.
It's a
No worries.
dwarven-sized salt crystal. It's a crystal the size of a goddamn cavern.
I know that
Mining
MPF.
salt out of it.
Justin, you're good whenever you get the chance. It's not anything that needs to be rushed.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, as you finish picking up the couple bullets, and you're like, "Yeah, we got this," and Dallin, you gratefully accept them, And the rest of you finish up what you're doing, finish up your food, and all of you get going to bed, with Nam standing up, of course, to make his first watch.
While I'm watching, can I make some more bullets?
I would say no, because that would then interrupt your long rest.
Yeah, this. So
Same.
basically,
You get a short rest in, but you would not get
Yeah.
you would not benefit from a long
nothing
rest.
more than some light working out, eating, just relaxing. Like when I say light working out, if your character normally does like 500 push-ups a day, 50 push-ups. It's something that
You know
your
what?
character would normally do to a much
I'll take a short
less.
rest instead.
Hmm?
I'll take a short rest instead.
Oh, okay.
In order
So
to make more bullets.
just so you know, if like you'll have gone a little like with only 1 hour of rest since you're like you'll be able to do this, but come morning you'll suffer a point of exhaustion.
I thought that was if I didn't sleep.
That's if you don't take a long rest. Like if you only are able to get short rest in, like within a 48-hour period, if you don't get at least 8 hours in, that you start taking points of exhaustion. It's a whole thing. I can pull up the
Yeah, it is
precise
actually rolling.
Okay, well, never mind then. I guess I'll sleep.
I mean, it's completely up to you. I mean, if you want to, I mean, there's always a gamble when you do certain things. It's just kind of depends on, like, how much of a gamble you wanting to make, how important is something, that kind of thing.
It's all good.
Just want to make sure you know all your options before you do it, so that way you don't accidentally.
I see everything in the
yourself in the
night.
foot.
Oh, jeez, you just got another nat 20.
Whew. Feeling the success of your from your construction of these brand new bullets that, as far as you're aware, they haven't been made in probably decades, and you were able to just off the fly, off the cusp, just make them. You're feeling pretty good. You're taking a look at it, and you're like, yeah, I dare something to come mess with me. And as you take a look over the night, you can see to the northwest. You can just start to hear the rippling of some water as you can see here with your night vision, with the moon shining up above, some of it reflecting off the water, as there appears to be a section of the ocean that seems to be going into land, a cove, if you will. And to the northeast, you can see maybe a few hours' journey. You can start to see a great forest starting to grow in the distance. It's very dark, especially in the nighttime, but you can tell that they're woods of some kind. But overall, with your natural 20, you're very confident that there's nothing anywhere close to camp.
Shit. Tim, do you remember what I said Bran did? How much damage?
I had something written down for that in my notes.
I thought I had it somewhere. I guess not. Screw it.
Well, after the successful watch, I'm gonna go over and wake up the next person.
Was Bran the fire one?
The Dragon's Breath.
You told me
I
that.
don't have it anywhere.
You told me that one just turned it into fire damage, straight fire damage. So like normal pistol
Yeah.
damage, but fire.
Okay. Which would be like a D6, I think.
Okay.
But it would be... They'd take the damage each turn at the start of your turn until they put fire out. There you go. Other than Bran, that's what it does.
But yes, you are very confident that nothing has escaped your gaze, and the camp is very well secure. As you get to a point in time where you're feeling really sleepy, and it is Dane's turn to do his watch.
Go over, kind of tap Dane. But in doing so,
Touch the cloak.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
Your alarm
Diggy,
clock
diggy
goes off,
hole.
Dane.
Digging a hole.
By the ancestors. Morning, Nam. Or evening, Nam. Anything on the watch?
Not a goddamn thing out there.
It's good to hear. Well, get some sleep. I'll see what I can do.
Very well. I'll go and my bunk.
All right.
It's perception, right?
Correct.
Cool.
An 8. You're once again kind of sleepy and checking a look around. Your watch goes uneventful as nothing happens. I mean, you weren't taking too care of taking a look around because Nam seemed pretty confident about how there's nothing out there. So you're like, okay, and just kind of obligatory watching, taking a watch.
Fair.
And it gets to a point where you were like, all right, time for Talos' turn.
I was so confident that I ensued my confidence into you.
Yes. Alright, I'll go and wake up Talos.
What? Good morning already.
Kind of. It's time for your watch.
Anything of note?
Nothing that I saw. All pretty quiet out there tonight.
Alright. Get some rest. Stretch and get my lantern out and do a little walk about the vicinity.
Okay, sorry, I'm looking into a few things, and I'm finally seeing a little bit more details. It looks like Xanthar's guide goes more into, like, doing a specific check not to gain
Exhaustion thing.
exhaustion. It says you have to succeed on a DC 15 Constitution save or take a level of exhaustion if you go more than 24 hours without completing a long rest.
And for each additional 24 hours, it goes even higher for the DC.
Yeah, it goes up by 5 for each day.
So by second day that you have not slept, you need a nat 20. After that, you're going to fail. Like, it's almost impossible not to fail after that.
Jimin and I come around the corner and they just fold their arms like I think not.
Actually, their
Sleep.
constitution isn't that high. Their dexterity is, but their constitution isn't.
Man, I gotta get Xanathar's guide sometime.
What you mean? I've got to
Nice.
buy all of them.
One day.
I'm gonna do a walk around the camp and make sure to do like a little patrol.
Alright, give me a perception check.
19.
Alright. With a 19, as you are taking a patrol around, you hold your lantern up, I presume. Did you record how much oil you have?
3 more days of oil. I have 3 more days of oil left.
All right, cool. Just making sure that's something that you're keeping track of.
Yeah, I have. The amount of times I've used it, I had almost a full week, but because of the amount of times I've used it, I have about 3 more. Not including tonight, 3 more days.
Sounds good.
Oh.
So,
Ooh.
as you use your lantern, you have a good look around. You're noticing that the temperature seems to be going back up. Whereas when you went to bed, it seemed to be in the low 30s. You notice that it seems to be getting closer to the mid-50s.
That's good.
As you can no longer see your breath in the air. Well, in front of the lantern as you're holding it up.
Well, that's good. I don't have to worry about it being too cold.
You also do notice that when you first started up your watch, the moon was clearly visible up in the sky, but it has since been covered up by clouds.
I'm gonna take a whiff of the air to see if I smell if any rain's coming.
That would be survival.
Or nature.
17.
17. Or nature, I guess, if it's higher.
Let me see.
Whichever one of us is higher.
Oh, you meet it, you beat it. As you kind of
Just,
take a
do survival.
as you take a sniff in the air, like it takes you a second. You have to really stand still and like really feel it for a second, but then you get a very small hint of a whiff of the signature like precipitation smell. Like you like that one, like the smell of like you know that one particular smell you always get just before it starts to rain.
Yeah.
You get a small whiff of that, and you feel like the next day there might be a little bit of rain.
You know what that's called?
Bullshit.
Future reference. Petrichor.
Petrichor. They actually have a candle named after that. That's scented after that.
There's a reason. That is plants releasing the oils that they contain, preventing water from seeping out, so that they can absorb as much water as possible. That is that signature smell. Sorry, you'll find.
No, you're good. You're good.
Of rain.
All right, and so as your watch comes to an end, you don't really see anything. You just notice that the weather's changing, as you know it's now Dallin's turn to do his watch.
Oh, I'm Dallin. Up. Your watch.
Oh, all right, gotcha.
Be mindful for the weather, though. Be mindful of the weather. We might be getting some rain in with the next day.
All right. Don's gonna put on his goggles.
I put out my lantern and start climbing into my tent.
As you climb into your tent, you quickly fall asleep as Dallin takes his watch.
15.
Very nice. As you take a little patrol around, you notice that even through the night vision goggles that it is definitely darker out than it was earlier. And as you kind of look up, you can see that the sky is very black. You're not able to see any sort of stars at all, and you just see clouds rolling above you. And
So, completely ignore what I'm about to put in, but this is a joke.
Son of a bitch.
word.
So, Florida.
As you have a look
I'd rather
around.
not talk about rain after this past week.
Oh, I'm getting a storm right now. It's weird.
It's not as much rain as we usually get around.
We're starting to get darker over near here where I'm at, but it's not super bad. I know I'm pretty sure by the time I have to go to work tonight, it's going to be storming.
Your watch goes without any incident, Dalen. But as the sky begins to brighten up, and you know that dawn is upon you.
Dawn shall overtake you.
The sun just starts falling down onto the planet.
Rolls fall from the
Here
sky.
comes the sun.
I can't even hear that. Let's try this one.
You look to the north, and an elderly gentleman.
Not tacos,
with a white beard
trolls.
chilling on the hill.
There we go.
Rules that are made of
It is
tacos.
Trolls.
As dawn breaks, you notice that a slight rain has begun to fall. Not enough to cause any problems, but it's just kind of like that miserable light rain. It just makes everything just seem kind of bleh.
Washington. Yes.
It's not so it's not a heavy rain, not enough that you would be able to do anything, but it's just heavy enough that your clothes are wet. It's cold. You've got a little bit of wind blowing across your face, and all around, it's one of those days where you would rather have stayed home, but you can't.
Dalen's gonna take his shield and kind of just use it as an umbrella.
Yeah. It's a nice 67 degrees, no wind, and light rain. As everyone begins.
Down.
Rude.
Yeah.
Roll me a competing 1d100.
Oh no.
Oh no. What'd I do?
In the mud.
Get shot by lightning.
As you're holding your shield over your head, a nearby tree is struck by lightning.
Oh!
I bolt up from the noise. What was that?
This is fine. Everything's fine.
Dalen's just like hunched over, kind of like,
Like I'm up on my feet, like I'm like my hammer in my hand, like what? Like looking around, like where's the danger? What?
Where's the
I think the
kid?
gods just tried to smite me.
You all, as you wake up to the sound of the thunder, notice that it's raining out around you, and all the rest of the camp is hurrying to pack up all their gear and get it underneath their covered wagons as they prepare to get themselves comfortable as comfortable as they can be for the journey.
Let's pack this up before the rain gets even harder.
Probably be a good idea.
Dalen, you okay?
Dalen's still frozen in fear as he's holding the shield. But
Come on.
yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
This is fine. Everything's fine.
Let's get you up. Come on.
Yeah. Dalen gets up.
As you all pack up real quick, take care of everything you need to, you all get up on your horses and ride up to the north. As I need one of the last two people who haven't rolled yet to roll me a D100.
Do it this time.
A 37. We've already had that one. How about you roll again? Haven't replaced that one yet. 7.
7. Lucky 7.
Or is it unlucky?
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. All right, so marching order. What do we got today?
I'll stand the back again.
So Nam is in the back. Who's joining
I'll
them?
go front. I'll go front this time.
All right, Dane in the front. And then
You're
Talos and
Dallin.
Dallin.
Y'all ready?
I'll let you pick Dallin.
I'm gonna be in the back this time.
All right. 2 paladins in the front.
Alrighty.
God, it's you again.
Wait, did you say not you again?
Huh?
Huh?
I never see anything like that. What are you talking about?
Flower.
All right.
Fine, Dallin goes back, goes up to the front with Talos and Dane.
As you all travel up the road to the north, most of your morning is spent just kind of miserably clip-clopping in the rain, as you begin to see the water becoming closer from the west, until you get to a point where you seem to be just kind of your caravan on the road is somewhat traveling side by side in tandem with what appears to be a beach. And you get to a point where you also are in between a forest at the now. Yep. You hear the waves as the rain pitters and patters on the water. You hear some birds chirping within the trees to your east. You hear the squelch of the mud under the hooves of your horses, and the wheels kind of bouncing. And every once in a while, one of the wagons gets a little bit stuck, and they proceed to the horses heave and get unstuck from the mud.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get onto a good paved road and to deal with this wretched mud.
Dane and Talos, I need you to roll me a perception check.
I see everything.
And I might see something.
You don't have a nat 20, damn it.
I have a soft 20.
You see almost everything.
As you both are kind of riding forward, you have a bit of a... You're keeping a good eye out despite the rain. Dane, you see something in the road ahead, and Talos, you kind of squint your eyes, and you see an individual waving something in the air. And you can almost just hear words, but it's muffled a little bit by the rain.
Hold up with the carts real quick. I'll check this out. I'll ride ahead. You keep just slow down a bit. I'll ride ahead.
The caravans slow their roll a little bit, and as you begin to ride ahead, Dallin and Namfu, you notice that the caravan has slowed down a little bit.
Hey?
You saw what I did, Justin?
I'm not up there.
And then, so Talos, are you heading on your own, or was Dane joining you?
I was gonna have Dane just stay back more with the carts, but I was gonna ride up ahead to see what's up first.
All right. So as you ride ahead, Talos, you see an individual. He appears to be wearing splint armor, and he is wielding a greatsword. As he's kind of swinging in the air as if he's chopping at people as he's continuing to walk down the road towards you.
I'm gonna see if I hear him saying anything or.
Okay, then.
It's an insight check on him.
Go for it.
I'm scared.
That's an 8.
You see a man swinging his sword wildly as he is approaching in your general direction.
I'm gonna loudly Yeah, it's like, halt!
The gentleman kind of stops swinging for a second, looks up at you, and goes, "Get out of my way! Urgh, I'm coming through here," and continues to kind of swing his sword in the air.
I'm gonna use command. I'm gonna use command. I said, halt!
DC.
Let's see, what's it? Spell. Let me pull that out. Command. I'm gonna using it at second level. He has to pass a wisdom of 14.
Ooh. He fails. As you use your commanding voice, you see his body shudder a little bit, and his sword stops, and he kind of drops to the ground. Ugh. What? What was that?
Now explain why you're swinging your sword around like a madman.
That's all this darn rain. I'm kind of... Well... They say that if you hit rain with your sword, then that makes you a better swordsman, right? I'm a busy man, and I have places to be, so I don't have time to just stand around training. So I'm heading this way, as he points in your direction, and I'm training at the same time.
Well, swinging a sword while people are coming down the road—that's dangerous. What if you hit someone?
Well, there wasn't anyone before you.
I shake my head. It's like, well, at least wait for us to pass by, and we have a couple cuts coming up. Once we pass by, then you can continue training along your way.
Persuasion check.
All right. Persuasion. What's my gun? +6 to that. Not equal 6, +6. 18.
Ooh, you just beat him. Wow. As you say that, a little bit of, let's see, you have lightning for you, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of lightning seems to kind of start to dance between your teeth as you kind of growl a little bit, and he sees the intensity in your eyes.
I'm obviously a little frustrated with something like, dude, could I hurt somebody?
Yeah, and he sees that, and he watches. He actually takes a step back. Hurry along, then, as he kind of grumbles, and he puts his sword onto his shoulder and begins to slowly, he makes his way off the road and walks next to it as he makes his way past you.
I'm gonna wave back to Dane to come on forward for the whole to carry on moving forward.
Then you see Talos signal that everything's clear.
I see the signal and kind of turn around to kind of make a motion like, hey, it's like, way's clear, gonna head on up. And bring the convoy round.
Right. So, Nampoodle and Dallin, you see that the caravan picks back its speed again, and as you all continue to move forward and you catch up with Talos, you watch as a man in splint armor with a great sword on his shoulder is currently looking very grumpy and mumbling something that is incoherent as he kind of walks off the road past you.
I shake my head and be like, as I continue forward with the rest of the caravan, as I take back my place in the front of the caravan, I'm like, jeez. Could have, like mumbling, it's like, could have bloody hurt someone not paying attention.
All right. And as you all continue to travel, you get to a point where you feel it's starting to get later as you notice that the rain begins to die down. It begins a slow drizzle, and eventually the rain ceases as you all find yourself kind of in the embrace of the large forest that, as you kind of take a look, it seems to spread out far to the east as far as you can see. And you realize it's about time to find camp, as I'll need some checks.
Let's hope I can find a spot that's dry enough with all this rain.
Hopefully. I might be able to help
This-
with this one.
There's perception, right?
Yes, or survival of your choice.
14. Looks like Dane's got the highest so far.
Yeah. Having been completely soaked and wanting to find a good spot, looks like Dane, you have a look around and you see a spot, a clearing within some of the woods that would provide plenty of cover from anyone, perhaps a crazy sword-wielding guy, from finding you. And you guide the caravan over to the clearing, and everyone's very pleased that they get some protection from any wind and any weather as you all sit down and make some camp.
I'm gonna try to try to get a fire going with some of the to see if I get like to some of anyone that needs to dry off their clothing or anything.
All right, and I'll need
That'd be survival, right?
yes. And as you will eat some dinner, I'll need those of you who still have to eat and drink to mark off a ration.
While they're
sorry.
doing that, would I be able to hunt for some food instead of doing a ration?
You want to do some foraging?
Yeah.
That's a 10, by the way.
A 10. I mean, everything's kind of wet. You find it. You drag. I mean, you're able to drip some stuff across some trees, but with it being kind of dark and all, I mean, you realize that your best bet is probably to keep some of it close to the fires that you're able to make, as it takes you all a bit to actually make some fires. But you did keep some of the rest of the caravan has been keeping some bundles of wood dry for just such an occasion, and so you're able to. Yeah.
Getting with the tinder box, like mother.
Yeah, so it takes a minute, but you're able to get some fires going, and once one fire is going, it makes it easier to get the rest started. So everyone is able to hug around the fires in order to start to get dry and get warm again.
Should have purchased some cloaks.
Dallin was looking at everyone with 2 cloaks. Yeah.
And if you want to do some foraging real quick, Dane or Dallin, I'll need you to roll me a survival check.
Alrighty. Damn. Okay.
As you all have gone to camp, you start to kind of look around a little bit, but you're not able to find much aside from like you're able to get a bucket maybe and collect some of the rainwater, which I will say that over the course of the day, some of you would have noticed some of the other caravanners getting some of their supply of water out and holding them open as they would collect the rainwater for later use, replenishing their stock. But aside from that, everything's wet, everything's very quiet. You're not really able to find any creatures. The caravan mist scared off any of those nearby. You're unable to find any food.
Okay, yeah. Well, I guess I will eat rations then. And, who here doesn't have something to cover themselves up so they aren't soaked?
I mean, I've got my robe as a cloak, but I don't exactly think it's that waterproof.
It was a fancy robe. It was not made. It was made more for comfort, not for protection.
I literally just got my common clothes
Ah, gotcha.
and my apron.
It's got the apron over your head.
Talos?
Me, I'm just kind of like I'm just sitting there a bit, all like a little like, like I'm being in full plate and helmet and everything, just like.
Alright, Dalin's gonna give Namfoodle his extra cloak, the blue and yellow one.
Oh, you roll me a quick perception check, just real quick.
Oh yeah,
Mirror.
Everyone.
perception.
Who's rolling perception?
I think he's asking me.
Anyone,
think.
actually. Just anyone that wants
Oh.
to roll perception.
I rolled a perception,
Might as well. Fuck
and it was a 10.
it.
Ooh.
Fuck it, let's go.
Namfoodle, you're currently sitting at the fire, just trying to get dry from, and you watch the steam kind of rolling off of you.
My goggles fogged up.
Mhm.
Can't see shit.
Nah, while Down threw his cloak at you, it accidentally covered your face so you can't see.
Anyone else rolling perception?
Ah, sure, why not? 14.
14. As you're kind of hanging out near the fire, Talos, you hear a weird whooshing sound over by one of the other campfires. Like,
Sorry, say again. You kind of cut out.
oh, I was saying you hear a weird kind of whooshing sound coming from one of the other campfires. Like,
I'm gonna look over and see, like,
you watch as one of the mages are pointing their finger at someone else, and they seem to shake a little bit and then sit down at the fire and begin eating. And then they seem to go to each other mage, and as they point their finger, it almost looks like a breeze comes over them for a second, and then like it's a little hard to tell in the dark, but they almost look dry.
I'm cocking my head like the dog, like, what? Oh. Those.
And then as Burning Iron comes up towards the fire, you see he's completely dripping wet. The mage turns to him and then points the finger, and you watch as all the water from, because he's coming in a direction you can clearly see him from the light of the fire. The others were silhouetted, and you see as you watch as he's completely drenched. He flexes his finger, and all the water just seems to almost blow off of Burning Arm, just, and he's just like, thank you. And then he sits down and begins to eat.
How'd you do that?
You shout that over.
Yeah, I'm like,
As the maid perks their ears up and look over to you. It's a spell that I know. It's a prestidigitation. Quite a handy thing.
Huh. Wish I could do that. I kind of show, kind of put my arms up, kind of obviously, like, dripping. Wish I could do that.
Yeah, and he walks over. It's a cantrip, so it's... some think it's not terribly that helpful or anything, but here. And as he points his finger at you, you feel as if all the water that's on your body just blows off of you, and you are completely dry.
Whoa! Oh, wow. Thanks.
You're welcome. I mean, it's a rather novice spell that we usually just use for practice, but I mean, generally, it can be quite useful. I mean, I could make some effects, and he holds his finger up, and you watch as a shower of sparks comes out from his hand. Or I could do this, and he points over to you, Dane, and he kind of whiffs in air, and you suddenly smell like there was a fart. Or, I mean, I can also do this, as he then points at your campfire, snaps his fingers, and your campfire goes out.
Hey!
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna
And then,
look at it and then cast Firebolt at it.
well, he snaps his fingers again, and the fire comes back.
Smoke's
Fucking
coming out of Dalin's mouth. It's like, don't do that again.
Sorry. I was just kind of showing off, as you all don't seem to be familiar with this.
I'm gonna turn my head and say, you fucking better not do that again. I am soaking wet right now. I'm fucking tired of this shit. I want to be dry,
And put on that
warm.
cloak I gave you.
I fucking did! It's on my face, okay? Fuck you!
He snaps his fingers at you, and all the water is immediately blown off your body. That's one of the nice things about this spell, is that you can use it to instantly clean anything up to like a cubic foot. If it's larger, of course, you have to take your time to it, but it is quite handy. And so he takes a couple seconds to go to each of you and blows off all the water off all of you, making you nice and dry. And the fire being warm warms you up nicely. It's not much, but it's sometimes nice to be able to be dry.
Definitely.
Can you agree with that, brother?
And as he sees that all of you are dry, well, I suppose I should get back to the others. There's a few more
Thank you.
that could be dried. And he gives a slight bow and then walks back over to his fire.
I kind of just like bring my hand up to my beard and just find my beard's all just like puffed out.
Out of character, Prestidigitation, the most overpowered role-playing spell possible. I love it. Just so you know, I love it.
Okay.
It's great. Anyway, so as you all are now dry, sitting around your campfire, you all have already marked off your ration, I believe. Was there anything else anyone wished to do for the evening?
Can I make more bullets?
Yep, you can make a check to see how many, if you can make more bullets and how many.
Hey, fast.
All right.
Can I make a request? Can you make Fliss instead of Stinger?
No.
Fine, alright, damn.
I don't have the materials for that.
Gotcha.
And then you had 8, you said already, of the Stinger?
I don't have any.
Dallin?
Dallin has 8, yes.
Alright.
Yes, I have 8 Stinger.
So were you going to keep 2 for yourself now? Because you're able to get 2 to name.
Yes,
to
yes, I
Dane.
am.
Okay. So Dallin, he gives you 2 bullets to top off your supply of the Stinger. And Nanful keeps 2 to himself.
Very nice.
I'm also going to load one into my rifle.
Alright. So you take time to load it up, and you now have a Stinger bullet.
Quick question, Aaron. You have the descriptions of what the bullets do, right?
You talking about?
You have the description of what the bullet does, right? Like when you use it, for when you use the bullet.
I think
Yes.
I gave that to him.
Okay,
Nampoodle does.
Gotcha. Didn't know if I wanted me to give you
Nope.
the description or not.
I already had Justin do that.
All right. Alrighty.
Alright. So, Nanful doing that. Dane, was there anything you wish to do for the evening?
Not really, just the usual kind of hang around, see what's up, check my gear and armor and such like that.
Sounds good. Go ahead and roll investigation for me. And then Talus, was there anything you were doing in particular this evening?
I think.
And same with Dallin?
I apologize. What was the question?
Asking if there was anything you were doing this particular evening.
Yes, I'm going to check on all my gear before I try to do some wood carving.
Sounds good. Go ahead and roll investigation. With a 10, Dane, you find that nothing is out of place. You have all your rations, all your necessary needs. Everything seems to still be in good place.
I guess the rain's kind of blocking my vision.
Yeah, it's... well, you've cleared up your vision and everything else, but you're kind of distracted as you hear slight chirpings from some birds up above, and you're surrounded by trees and everything else, and you can't help but marvel at some of them as you're distracted from looking at your stuff, and you just kind of look up at the trees as you take a break. You're like, that is a nice tree. I like that tree.
I'm gonna clean my hammer. Do regular maintenance cleaning and stuff
Get
on my
out,
hammer.
donkey.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check, Talos.
Alright, I guess. And while he's doing that, I guess I'll decide to start carving that tree that you said I like on the
Two.
bird.
Oof. So you go ahead and roll me a wood carving check then, Dallin, as I assume you get out one of your you saved up pieces that you purchased from that one Warforged and back in Port LaMontagne.
Sure.
With a 2, Talos, as you're kind of checking up your gear, you're having to take some of the stuff out, and because you
I
realize
was just
that
like
you
cleaning my
accidentally-
hammer.
Yeah. As you're cleaning up your hammer, you see there's a little bit of rust starting to build up in a couple places, and you're like, ugh. You're distracted mostly with that, and you see that it might be stained, and you might have to get a better cleaner later, and you're just kind of grumbling about that. As you're not too terribly happy about that situation.
Times I've been drilled on your like. This is my weapon. This is your weapon. There are many like it, but this one is yours. Great. Now Talos
Alright.
is sad because he remembers that his his instructor is probably dead now.
Oh no!
Oh god.
Dallin goes over and tries to hug Talos. Even though he
Like,
doesn't
great,
know why.
I'm like, why are you hugging me?
Get off.
It's like, okay, now we're hugging apparently.
Dallin's crying like, it's okay.
He needs it more than you do.
Just sitting there like with a rag in one hand, hammer in the other, like, okay.
You can feel
All right,
almost a fiery warmth from his body.
Alright, so Dallin is gonna try and carve. You know what? I'll let you guys decide if you guys want to. You want me to carve? Well, if you guys think that this would be fun to choose. You want me to carve one of those trees or birds that Dallin was distracted by? Or do you want him to carve that buff-ass rat?
Rat.
Fucking Christ.
Buff rat.
Alright,
The buff
carving
rat.
that buff rat.
All right.
Buff after target practice.
Make me a check.
It's performance, right?
Yes, I believe that was what we decided. Or sleight of hand, was it?
Yeah, we switched between the constantly, so I didn't know which one you wanted. It's sleight of hand or we're carving. I have a higher performance for performance, so I would prefer performance, but I'll do sleight of hand too.
We could say to performance.
Okay. Alright. So I guess that doesn't matter.
Sleight of hand for the tools. Performance can tie it into it on a low roll.
Okay.
So probably like sleight of hand to try to do it, and then when he doesn't do very well with it, kind of performance just kind of laugh it off. Like, oh yeah, it's great. Everything's fine.
So was the 6 for which one?
It would be a 5 if I'm doing sleight of hand.
Okay. So you begin to carve out the basic thing, but after a little bit, you haven't really made much progress. For some reason, you're really just kind of like you're just kind of out of it. You're thinking that maybe the rain has messed with your psyche a little bit, and you're not like while you want to, you want to, but you feel more of just kind of just laying around and not really doing much of anything for some reason.
He's
Despite the
always
fact that it
getting all
makes no logical
flashbacks to
sense.
when he died.
Alrighty, so with that, was there anything else anyone wanted to do before the evening passed?
Huh.
Nay.
I guess not. If that's the case, then
No.
I will need you all to give me your shifts for the night watch, right? And we'll see what happens.
I would like to go first.
I'll go second this time.
All right. So Dallin, then Talos.
Guess I'll-
Just...
Nope.
That?
I was gonna say, guess I'll go third.
Very well.
Dane, then Nom. Alrighty. And so, as you all finish up your things and kind of go down to bed, we have, of course, our first watch. If you want to take a perception check, Dallin. 7. You're able to keep awake, but you're not quite sure what it is. Like, all day, you've just been kind of feeling off, and even, like, this late in the night, just there's something about today that you're not quite sure. You have a feeling in your chest that there's definitely something wrong, that something is off, but you're not quite sure what. And it's distracting you. As you try to keep an eye out, but you can't shake this feeling within you, and before you know, at the end of your night watch comes up, and you realize it's time to go wake up Talos.
I had to get the dogs out of my room. They were trying to get into something.
You're fine.
So it's my turn now.
Yeah, as Dallin
Yes.
wakes you up, you see that as Dallin gets you up, he's got a bit of a look to him.
What's up?
Hey,
What's wrong?
Dallon's gonna be like scratching at his eye, kind of like rubbing it. Hey, man. Yeah, I didn't see anything, so it should be fine. Still raining. It is your turn.
Sure, all right.
I don't know, man. I feel off.
Well, you go ahead and lay down then. I look at my oil, see how much I kind of shake, see how much oil I have left, and then I kind of sigh. I should have backed up more oil. I'm gonna put that down. I'm actually gonna see if I, real quick, look in my pack, real quick.
All right.
And then take out one of my torches.
Alrighty. You make sure you
Now-
record how many of those you have.
I have 8 left.
So you will end up using one of those torches for each night watch if you wanted.
Sure, I'm gonna light it in the fire, like just kind of
Easy
do a
enough.
quick walk around.
Alright.
Cool.
So go ahead and make me a perception check. Eight. As you take a bit of perimeter, it's a lot darker and everything seems a little muted as you're surrounded by trees and the darkness from above. The clouds are still over and everything just seems like you can hear the squelching of your boots and the wet grass beneath you, and like the temperature's not bad, but the humidity is up and it's making it a little bit bleh. And you don't really see much of anything on your watch either. And so you get to a point where you're like, all right, it's time for Dane's turn. And you go over to him.
Dude, Hey,
Ugh.
come on, bud. It's your
You touch
watch.
him.
What's that?
I'm gonna do a little pat with it, like pat his boot.
Your alarm goes off, Dane.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy hole, digging a hole.
Hey, Tim, I sent you something on the down chat.
Okay.
Time for the watch already, Talos.
Still raining, I'm afraid.
Maybe we can have maybe we can have one of them
Nice,
wizards
okay,
or
thank you,
the
man.
mages teach us prestidigitation.
Perhaps you want a torch?
I'll be alright. I've got my vision, but I thank you though.
Alright. I go ahead and put before I go out to bed, I kind of make sure the torch is put out safely without lighting anything accidentally.
Yeah, you find a clump of mud, like some wet mud, and you just kind of leave it there as it fizzles out.
Camp is now burned down.
In the morning, the entire forest is on fire. Dane, I thought you were watching the fire. I did. It was beautiful.
It was a lovely fire.
All right, so Dane.
I got a little cold.
I'll have a check from you. 9. Man, none of you has had a good check. When was the last time we got over, like, 10? It was back when Talos rolled a 14.
I think all the luck was used when they got, was it 3 nat 20s in a row?
Yeah,
I
that's
think
all
we had more
numb.
than that.
No, it wasn't all me.
Yeah, Dane, as you
Like,
kind of
I
walk
had a nat
around,
20, someone else had 20.
you feel very out of place in these woods. Because up in the mountains, there's not a whole lot of trees, and like it's all wet. You're used to it being nice and dry, maybe slightly cave damp from time to time, but there's not a whole lot of trees. You're feeling way out of place, and you're just kind of distracted. You hear a few cracks of snaps of some branches, and as you look around, trying to see what it was, you don't see anything. And at one moment, you think you hear something, and as you turn around, you come face to face with a raccoon.
Ugh.
And it screams at you and runs away.
Bloody small creature.
Roll me a quick perception check as you see as he's running away. 13. He's not able to hide it. As he gets about 15 feet away, you notice that, even in the darkness, he seems to be carrying some parcels.
Some parcels.
Some packages of some kind. You're not quite sure. It's a little dark, so you're a little unsure what.
Can I see where he came from? Like, did he leave any paw prints around?
Investigation. As he scatters into the woods. 19, very nice. Yep, you see, like, from when he screamed at you and ran away with whatever was in his hands, you follow his footprints back to one of the tents, and give me just a sec. You kind of go around and you see that there's some muddy paw prints that seem to go inside a tent next to what appears to be Nampoodle.
Wait,
And then we
hang
hear-
on. I didn't sign up for this.
And then we hear an explosion happen in the woods. It's like,
No, no.
the scream of a raccoon.
Fucking get back here and fight me, bitch!
But aside from that, you're still not quite sure what had happened. What has happened?
Can I? It's Namfiddle's tent, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna wake him up early.
Alright, it won't ruin your long rest, but as it's getting close to dawn anyway, Nantfoodle, you're kind of shrugged awake.
And is it time already?
It's actually a little bit early.
Oh,
That is
okay.
about time for your watch.
Yeah, it's almost time for the watch, but I think there might be something missing from the tent. I don't know what. I saw a raccoon, I think it was, scurrying off into the woods, holding something,
Where's this motherfucker?
and it looked like it came from your tent.
Where is it?
I point in the direction of where I saw it running off to. It was going that way. I don't know what it took though.
Can I roll an investigation?
You can.
The gun is gone.
Do I see anything?
With a soft 20. As you kind of take a look with your dark vision, you can see that your bag, some of the contents have been spilled out. And
Son of a bitch!
as you take a look, you realize that 4 of your rations are missing.
Oh. Can I follow the footprints?
You can try, but you know that if you attempt to do too much more, you will start to ruin your long rest.
You know what? It's about principle at this point. I'm gonna find this fucker.
All right. Make a survival check to see if you can track him. And let me see if I can find a raccoon's stats. Is that even a thing in here?
I'm going to add Flash of Genius to that.
Okay, so that'd be a 15?
14.
14. Why am I always like 1 or 2 above?
It's +5. Your math ain't mathin', Tim.
I guess not. Huh. Raccoon apparently isn't included in... Maybe it should be under Trash Panda.
Small woodland creature.
Hang on, I'm sure that there's somewhere on the internet. Please hold.
It's like weasel.
Oh yeah,
Mouse.
That box.
There we go. Alrighty. Tiny beast. Unaligned.
At first, I thought you said unalived. I was like, wait, what?
I'm gonna make sure it's unalived.
We never heard from Arm again.
Oh, wait a second.
It's like, oh, that's like you go after him, you chase him into a clearing, pick up his tail, and you hear a growl. You look up, and there's like a army of raccoons.
Interesting, I guess.
I have made a grave mistake.
Apparently raccoons haven't
But
been...
they're all the size. But they're all the size of bears. It's like you realize this is just a baby.
No. It's the regular size of a raccoon, but it's a buff raccoon.
Good lord.
There's all these wildlife around here being buffed.
Cracking walnuts with its biceps.
Oh, I fucked up.
There's a druid around here who owns like a gym for all the wildlife.
Hey, what?
So
So
Welcome to
officially,
the
only
wilderness
jacked
gym,
druid who encourages all the other wildlife just to get jacked too.
Alright, so you did a 15 roll on your check.
14, but sure.
14, okay. You're able to follow the trail just outside of the encampment for perhaps 20-30 feet, but then as you start to get deeper into the woods, you're starting to have trouble finding tracks, and you get to a point where, like, there's just no more tracks. There's too many leaves, sticks, or anything else, and they seem to have gotten away as they rolled a soft 20 for their stealth.
Can I roll another perception? Or not? Investigation.
You can roll one more perception to see if you can try to pick up the trail.
Not 20, please. God damn it.
Yeah, as you take a look around, you're like, it's just food. I don't need it anyway. I'm too tired for this crap.
Fun fact: I actually never had rations from this field, but
Oh, you didn't
we have plenty
rations?
more in the.
At all?
Huh?
We have plenty more in the cart.
So you didn't have any
Anyway.
rations at all?
Nope.
Oh, who was in the tent with you then?
I don't know. I thought we all slept in our own tent. I don't know.
No, you're
Well,
sharing.
there's two. We have two people tents.
Neat.
Wait, my rations.
Dallin, you're missing 4 rations when you wake up in the morning.
Like, ¿dónde está my shit?
So, in your confusion, you thought that it was your crap that had been messed with, but then as you go back, you realize, oh, wait, this was Dallin's bag. Whoops.
Am I still not getting a full long rest now?
I'll allow it. I'll allow for a full,
Okay.
because you didn't do that much. You did a little investigating here or there. It wasn't quite serious enough. Like, I'd say if you were able to pick up the trail and then continued and found him, that would have ruined it. So,
Okay.
so
Shame.
then I assume at this point, though, Dane, you have gone to bed, as Namfoodle went off a tirade against a raccoon.
Yeah. I've gone to bed.
All right. So then Namfoodle will have you. I'll say that 20 roll you had earlier for perception. I'll allow that to pass over. Say that you, as well as just kind of trying to hunt down the raccoon and looking around, you didn't notice anything in the evening, as nothing seemed to be around camp.
Very well.
And so as dawn breaks, the sky seems to be partially cloudy, but it's mostly clear. Temperatures seem to be closer to about 72 degrees, and there is a light wind blowing.
Neat.
As you all kind of start to stir and wake up, Dallin, you notice that your pack is kind of toppled over, and some of its contents have been poured out.
Dallin's not gonna pay attention to that, and he's gonna be looking at his hands, his feet, looking around, kind of like, kind of like he's not in his own body.
What?
So as Dallin starts to kind of look at himself, Talos and Dane, you start to stir at the same time as you kind of stretch. You're like, ugh.
Morning, Talos.
Morning.
Let's go see what the other two are doing. I think they, well, I think Nam had an eventful night.
Good.
Raccoon stole something from the tent, so I'm curious to see what it was.
While
Most
they're
likely.
speaking to each other. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
Yes, I was saying, like, probably food. I don't see what else a raccoon would want.
Okay. While they're talking to each other, Dallin's just standing straight up and is just making a beeline towards his horse. Well, towards any of the horses.
As the rest of the caravan is currently finishing up their breakfast and starting to pack up their stuff, you all easily see Dallin quickly making his way over to your horses.
What's he doing?
Yeah, Dallin, what you doing?
Dallin does not react to being called
I
Dallin.
test web.
Jesus Christ.
You're just casting web over at the horses and Dallin.
Yes.
Okay. So Dallin, you need to make a DC 18 dexterity save.
What the blazes?
And now I need to look up horse stats.
Honestly, I can probably look that up real quick, Tim. I've got my
Dexterity.
instrument right here.
Down does not make it.
Got you for 3 whole minutes.
I've got you for 3 whole minutes.
Like, me seeing webs being thrown at my horse, I'm jumping to my feet like, what the hell?
For a war horse, 18 strength.
What about dexterity?
12.
12?
Fuck.
So +1.
Yep.
Okay, that fails. That's a 19, so one of the horses succeeds.
Woo.
I will say,
That one fails.
I think it's appropriate that none of the horses
Nat one.
recognize Dallin as being Dallin.
So, as this web is globbed over and Dallin, you are immediately restrained as you're like, "Ugh, ugh," and 3 of the horses begin to whinny aloud, like, and one of them just like, as it trots backwards, avoids getting caught, as it appears to be Ares.
What
Okay.
the hell are you doing?
Dallin isn't gonna face the horses, and he's gonna spew acid out of his mouth. Use his breath weapon. It's gonna be it, and he's gonna be frantically taking all of the trying to get the webs off as fast as he can.
Roll strength check.
Now look what you've done. I'm gonna charge over and try to get the other horses that are in the area out of the way.
Yeah. The rest of the entire encampment is now stopped and currently staring over at the scene that is now progressing. As so, you're concentrating on Webb right now, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then Dylan is attempting to break free, and Talos, you're kind of rushing over to the horses to tend to them.
I also pull up my rifle and aim it at Dallin.
What the hell is going on?
Would from Dallin doing his breath weapon as well as trying to get the webs off of him, would he be able to run, or would it?
Depends. So you're attempting to break out. So you're using your fire breath.
Yeah, he's not in that. He's
Gotcha.
has acid
Okay.
breath right
I'll
now.
allow you to make a strength check with advantage then. As you're kind
Gotcha.
of spitting acid out, like.
All right.
So we'll see if you make this check what happens. With a 19, you were able to. Give me just a sec. Let's see. What's your breath weapon attack normally?
His fire breath is a blind, but or are you asking
the damage real quick?
the damage? 2d6.
All right. And you'll take half of that. So you take 5 points of acid damage as you are able to free yourself, and you can move 15 feet, which, do you know, do you have we don't really have a map for this. Do you have an estimate of where you would have dropped this glob of web? Because I assume that...
right on top of Dallin. Dallin
Okay.
would be the center point for it.
So you can move upward, like you're able to move half your speed as it is difficult terrain with webs. So...
As he's moving, can I shoot him in the leg?
Oh.
So I'll ask this. So with all this, what would Namfoodle's motivation be for trying to stop Dallin at this point?
Clearly, I can see Dallin is not the right state of mind. Therefore, I'm trying to figure out why he's doing this, and I don't know what's going on, so I'm trying to subdue him right now.
By shooting him?
I'm not shooting to kill, I'm shooting to stop.
All right. Yeah, I'll say that. Well, at this point, let's go ahead and do some initiative rolls. I won't have a map for this because that would be a lot. So let's go ahead and have you all roll initiative. So, yeah.
God damn it.
Any of you that wants to be a part of this. So, Namfadul and Dylan, definitely initiative. Talos, did you want to roll?
Might as well see if I can probably stop this from getting any worse.
All right. Go ahead and roll. And then, Dane, were you going to be part of this, or are you just observing?
I'm observing, but also in the background, I'm going to be trying to calm down the rest of the camp.
All right. Sounds good.
Because they're suddenly seeing their entire protection just fighting amongst themselves.
All right. So, with that, Talos, at this point, the web has been cast, and I'll say, Talos, you took your turn to go and you got Ares out of the web, I would say, with that. And then that'll put us to the next in the order, which will be Dallin, as he has a higher dexterity than Nam, since they scored the same. So I'll say with that, you were able to break free of your web, Dallin, and then get 15 feet through the web, and so you're 5 feet, or you have to spend in your next turn 10 feet to get out of the web, and then you'll have 20 feet of free movement. And then Namfudul, at this point, as he's 15 feet through the web, it is now your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna shoot him in the leg now.
Alright, so go ahead and roll to hit. Sorry, it took me a second. I had to try to get all the turns of events in order.
Does a 20 hit?
Would a 20 hit you, Dallin?
Yes, it would. Sorry.
Alright, go ahead and roll damage, and this was a stinger bullet.
Yep. That's rifle damage.
Okay.
And
Hang on a sec, let me...
and then he needs to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 15.
DC. You said DC 15?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Here you go, I've turned on your stats on the page you're on, so you can keep track of that.
Alright.
I'm sitting there like as soon as I hear that, I'm like, what the hell?
Alright, so 21 yet easily beats. So, okay, so,
And since
so he's taken 19 points of damage total?
yes. Is that enough to subdue him and keep him from not running?
What the fuck am I missing here?
I don't know.
So
What
down,
happened?
as you are making your way through the web, you hear a crack of a rifle, and you feel stinging in your leg as you take a look down, and you see a little bit of green fluid coming out of your leg.
Okay.
Hold up. That's poison damage, so that would be halved, but Dallin would stop running though.
All right,
question.
That's 14.
So then that would be 2 damage
We're
instead
up
of
in area,
5.
right?
Hey?
Cast web on an area, correct?
Yes.
How much of this area did he destroy?
Specifically on him. So
Then every step that he takes,
is half movement, yeah.
no, he has to make another saving throw.
No, because because of my cloak.
Oh, right. That's right. You have the spider cloak. That's right. So yeah, you actually you were able to run immediately out of the web then. Sorry, I forgot about that. So you get 30 feet away from the spot you were.
God damn it!
Well, now that Dallin gets hit, he's gonna look at his leg, confused, figure out what the hell hit him. Look over at Namfoodle. Then he looks fine and holds his hands up and sits down.
All right. So it appears that Dallin is surrendering as we get to Talos' turn.
I'm gonna go over to Dallin real quick, like just to kind of go over to Dallin, like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Do you say his name?
No, I just said, what the hell is wrong with you?
Dallin's gonna look at you specifically. And is it obvious that you're a dragon? Would it be obvious to tell that he's a dragonborn?
Yeah, from
Clearly.
his helmet and like his stance, like you can
And
tell.
my feet.
Yeah, you can see
Gotcha.
through because of the armor, his full plate armor. You can see some of his brass scales.
He's gonna look at you like how a slaver would look at like someone who's under his who's working under him, and say, "Mind your tone. You have no idea who you're talking to, do you?"
I'm gonna stop and like cock my head, like,
His voice is drastically lower, and it sounds like two voices.
So what you're going to be hearing coming from him has a bite to it. Almost as if you can feel the sting of acid rolling from his tongue.
excuse me?
Fuck, why do I save this?
And that's quite enough of this.
As they're talking about that, I'm just going to be walking up, so still with the weapon raised at Dallin.
Yeah, so at this point, it's your turn, Namfoodle, as you slowly approach. Are you taking any more hostile actions at this point, aside from just kind of being at the ready?
At this moment, no. I'm also going to drop concentration on Web.
All right.
And then continue walking towards them.
As you do, the three horses that were tangled in the web kind of freak out and they scatter.
Great. Lovely. Great.
They only go about 50 or 60 feet as they kind of turn around and kind of look around, trying to figure out what exactly happened.
I'm gonna go over and try and start rounding up the horses.
Says Dan has calmed down the rest of the camp and they see that as things are kind of calming down, the gunshot kind of jostles them a little bit, but seeing as how things seem to be not being terribly hostile, they're going back to packing up the caravan, as Dane then goes over to the horses to retrieve them. As Talos,
Both of
Gallon,
you
and Namfoodle are now together.
I'm looking at Dallin now, like with a bit of like a concern, but also a very amount of annoyance for that tone he took with me.
I'm gonna look at Dallin and ask him what the fuck is wrong with you, Dallin.
He said you're Dallin
Dallin.
specifically.
Yes, Dallin. Is that what this person's name was?
Okay, what in the name of the gods is going on here? What game are you playing?
Game. Why would I be playing a game with you?
Does Dallin have his mask on?
Dallin doesn't sleep with his mask on, so he does not have that on.
As you two are kind of looking at Dallin, you're noticing that his usual color scales are tinted far more black than normal. And Namfoodle, especially from your perspective, you don't even need to make a roll like you used to. You can see the signature look of the black scales that were slowly creeping out. They are multiplied a lot more, and it's almost like he's almost half and half in a weird way of his
No, he is full black scale.
full black scale at this point. Like he's no longer his bronze, was it?
Brass.
Brass. Okay, right. Chalice was bronze. You were brass, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Because like, which
Yeah,
one does
I think
fire?
brass.
Which one's lightning?
I'm going to walk closer to quote unquote Dallin,
Brass
put
is
the rifle
fire.
to his head, and
bronze
say,
is light.
"What is your name?"
My name's Thragon. You've never heard this name before?
Should I have?
Yeah, as
Well,
Thragon,
we
as
are
you
in
look
Vammon.
at Namfoodle and Talos' face, you say your name with pride, as if anyone and all should know it. But the confusion and look on their faces indicate to you that they had never heard of you.
Strange. Where are we?
Okay, now you're starting to scare me.
Talos grabs rope. Time up.
Dallin, before he does that, as a response to when he said you're trying to scare me, he's gonna look at Talos in the stain and say, "Why would I ever care about a lovely dragonborn's feelings like yours?"
Okay, that's it.
Talos, grab the fucking rope.
Alright.
Now.
I've already pulled it out of my bag. Like that's it.
So as Namfoodle and Talos get a rope out, Thragon, are you resisting as they are clearly attempting to restrain?
Yes. How close are you, Aaron?
Namfoodle has the fucking rifle barrel in your face.
So within 5 feet.
Well,
Yes.
he's gonna think that he's gonna be able to grab gun before you pull the trigger and
I
yank
pull
it
the
out of their
trigger.
hands.
Oh
I
dear
never grabbed it.
Christ!
You reloaded already?
I don't need to. I have 4 bullets before I need to reload. And
Ah,
I'm not going to
okay.
shoot the Inferno rifle bullet. I'm going to shoot the Dragon's Breath round.
Oh God! You're gonna kill him.
all right. Well, if you're aiming to attack, roll with disadvantage.
I don't need a disadvantage because I have the Gunner perk.
Which one?
Gunner?
Yeah,
Uh,
it allows him to fire.
Without
melee range.
disadvantage.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Never mind then. So then I guess roll to hit.
19?
Yes, that does it.
So as you see, as
And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw of 20.
Gotcha.
as you
Also,
see,
that damage is going to be 15.
Dallin attempting to reach up to grab your rifle and move it, you instinctively pull the trigger and blast him
15 damage.
in the face with your rifle.
Okay. As a reaction to that, Thragon. Thragon is gonna look immensely perturbed. He's like, "What the hell is that thing?"
I'm gonna. Oh God, I can't do anything because
Well, Talos, you had a rope, and as Dallin and Namfoodle are currently engaged, you can attempt to use the rope to restrain him if you wish.
all right. Is that a strength roll or?
Yes, that would be competing athletics checks.
All right, athletics. Let's see.
Dallin can
Plus-
either use, or Thragon can either use acrobatics or athletics of his choice to try to escape.
21.
Gotcha.
Like, would Thragon be more one to break out of these bonds, try to resist by breaking out, or slithering out?
He has great pride in his power and everything, so
Acrobatics.
he'd be trying to
or
break out.
Athletics,
Yeah,
then.
that'd be athletics. Yeah, it's more of that would be his reflexive reaction. And no.
Yeah,
All
getting
right.
shot in the face will kind of do that to you.
Yeah. So as he gets blasted and you feel some of that fired heat come off of him, Talos, you're like, ah, and you quickly grab his arms and tie it behind his back and restrain him.
Sorry. Settle down, you crazy lizard. That's it. I'm gonna try to. I know he's hurt in the face because he got shot in the face, but I'm gonna try to knock him out.
That probably would be a smart idea.
Let's see. There's a coup de grace ruling, I think, right?
Coup de grace. Are you? Am I gonna be dying from doing this?
Like it's something. It's more like a really like a hard blow to the back of the head, basically, to knock you out. It's a move. It's a ruling to specifically not try to knock someone out in one hit.
Gotcha.
It's not meant to like kill them. It's meant to like incapacitate them. Like, you know what?
It's all
Go to
classified as a coup de grace, but like it can either be instantly killing or incapacitating. Like
I mean, we
knocking
can
out.
always just.
Yeah, I'm knocking him out.
We can always just lower Down's hit points to 0, then you heal him.
No, I'm just knocking him out because I'm already gonna try to heal him once he's knocked out.
All right, so So are you going to take your entire turn to make a strike with your weapon against the helpless?
I'm not gonna hit him with my weapon. I'm hitting him with my fist, the back of the head, knocking him out.
Okay, you're basically taking your turn though to do this though, right?
Yeah. What do I need to roll for this?
Go ahead and roll to hit to make sure you can actually you actually will commit and hit him.
One
So,
advantage. Since
Would I
Down's,
add my strength to this?
Yes.
You guys still
21 again.
21. All right, that
Yes.
definitely hits. From there, Dallin, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Gotcha. Would I be able to just fail? To be honest.
Well, let's see what you roll, because well, yeah, that fails.
Gotcha.
So, okay. So with that, as you were kind of incapacitated, you're struggling a little bit. Talos just wham into the back of your head, and your lights go out as you fall immediately unconscious.
What the bloody hell?
Talos, can you tie his feet and gag him?
Let's patch his leg up first before he bleeds out.
He'll be fine.
I look up at him like, oh, he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
roll medicine check?
The look, just look up like, oh, he's shot in the face and in his leg. Let's get it unpatched.
Alright, let me do a fucking medicine check to make someone happy here.
And this is Talos's like,
14.
like, I think this is hilarious.
Alan, message me your current HP right now. Based on the damage that you have taken from this whole debacle.
Well, he got shot in the leg with one of the rounds. He got shot in the face with Dragon's Breath. He then got smacked in the back of the head by Talos, who is in plate armor.
Well, that's got nothing to do with the damage he's taken.
God, I just popped in one of my friends was listening in, and she sent me a gif of Nicolas Cage doing the God slap.
Yeah, I need your current health right now, Dallin.
Gotcha. I'm sending it.
Yep.
Here it is. It's at the top right.
Yep.
You are dead.
He's bleeding pretty heavily, but it's not one of those cases of like he's gonna bleed out from this. He needs a little bit of attention, mainly to make sure that wounds don't get infected, but he'll be okay otherwise.
Fine, I'll cast Cure Wounds so he doesn't bleed out. And he will take... Twelve points of HP.
12. There we go. Very nice.
You happy now, Talos? He's fine.
All right. I finished tying up his feet. All right, I lift him up. Let's get him back. Dane, get the horses if you can.
I've already got the horses.
Oh, great. Excellent.
Oh shit! Never mind.
I'm just like 5 feet behind them, all the reins in hand, just like.
What was the never mind about?
No. I was like, he said that he's already got him. It's like, well, shit. Never mind.
Alright, so as you all kind of gather up at the caravan, one of the other smaller caravan guards kind of walks up and, is everything all right? The others are a little concerned with how much gunfire has occurred this morning.
I don't exactly know
Everything's
what
under
the hell's
control now.
going on.
You got a place in one of the wagons we can throw him in.
Wasn't his face more a brassy color before? Why is he all black scaled now? Is that normal? As he looks at you, Talos.
Long story short, he has split personalities. Let's just leave it at that.
He kind of blinks at you a couple of times.
Yes, I know how fucking stupid it sounds, just...
I don't get paid enough for this shit. And he walks away.
Neither do we! I'm gonna go kind of catch back up to him. Do you have a place in the wagon for him?
I mean, there's your wagon. And he points over to your wagon, and the driver that you all hired for it, the other guard, he waves at you. Hello.
Hello.
Almost just put him in there, please.
Blowout.
So I assume, Talos, you kind of drop him off in the wagon, and I assume one of you just kind of has Dallon's horse rein next to yours.
Actually, I'll have the driver of the wagon ride Dallon's horse and have my horse in hand, and I'll drive the wagon to keep an eye on Dallon.
All right. Sounds good. All right. And so, with that, is there anything else anyone wants to do in the morning, or are you ready to head off?
I think we should start heading off. We've burned a bit too much daylight as it is.
All right. So, as you all finish gathering your things and you take off, I suppose then are we going to have both Talos and Dane in the front, or are you going to kind of split it and have one of you be in the back, one of you in the front?
I'll be in the back.
Okay. So we have Talos in the back, or Talos at the front, Dane in the back.
Probably going to be better.
All right. So, as you all begin to take off, you ride and you leave the forest area as you see kind of a more open plains starting to approach ahead of you as you continue to head westward. And let's see here. All right. I'll go ahead and have one of you roll me a D100.
I'll roll it. Nope. All right, I haven't rolled one yet.
Yep, so Dane is the last one. It hasn't done yet.
And in that one...
Oh dear.
Alrighty.
Hang on. Out of a D100, I rolled a 1.
God.
Honestly,
Ow.
not even mad.
Ow.
A natural 1 on a D100. What the
I'm just glad it's not me this time.
Oh god.
All
It's
right.
the dreaded one.
So as you begin to traveling through for the day, you get through the afternoon portion when, like the sky's nice and sunny. There's a bit of a wind, a very light wind, and the temperature seems to be starting to get to about the mid 70s. Nothing seems to be occurring of any note, but as you're kind of traveling, Nam, the guy that's currently riding Dallin's horse and has your horse on, like, kind of reined up next to him, he's kind of trotted along and he kind of looks at you. Man, I can't wait till we get to the Fey Forest. Have you ever been?
Been where?
To the Fey Woods that are just up ahead.
Can I roll history?
Yeah.
On that?
Yeah.
Oh no. What have I done?
You tell me, have I?
With that roll, you've heard of the forest. You know it's supposed to be a place of immense beauty. You've preferred faster means of travel than by land, so you normally take a ship instead of ride a horse across the continent. Simply because it's faster, it's more convenient for you. You can carry more with you on a ship than by horse. So you've never actually been here. You've seen it passing through the area before, but you've never actually stepped foot in it.
Okay, can we just recite that to the guard?
Yep.
Well, it'll be a real treat for you all, I gotta say. I've only been a few times myself while guarding the treasure to get to Lancaster. The folks there have always been so nice, and the scenery, it's just so beautiful. The trees, they seem to reach up to touch the sky as high as you can see. You know, as he kind of takes a look ahead, it's kind of strange. I guess it's been a while since I've last done it, but I would have thought I would have started to see the trees by now. Oh, must be just nothing. As he kind of flicks the reins a little bit. Just
Can I
you
roll
wait. What's
Can I
the
roll an
insight? Insight? Go for it.
I don't like what he's saying about that.
Once you see them, though, it's absolute sight. 14. Yeah. As you kind of take a look at him, he seems a little confused, but he seems to be speaking truthfully. He genuinely thinks that
You think you know that he's sure that you should be able to see this forest right now.
Okay.
Must be just my memory being wonky. You know, how you get older, you just remember things like it feels like the long trips. You know, longer trips always feels like you should be there sooner than you are. Anyway, as he keeps clip-clopping on Dallin's horse. And I'd say at this point, a few hours have gone past. Dallin, you start to stir as you kind of wake up in the back of the wagon.
Why does my head hurt so much? Ah!
Do I hear Dallin moving back there?
Easily.
I'm not even gonna turn around. I'm gonna ask what's his name.
It's Dallin! Who hit me in the back of the head? Why am I shot in the leg? Ah!
Why do I have a hole in my face?
Oh, hi, Dallin. You're awake again. So long story short, someone called Thrigan was taking over your body. Apparently, I shot you in the leg to stop you, and then you kind of waited there for a minute. I shot you in the face again with some dragon's breath, and then Telos knocked you out and tied you up and threw you in the wagon.
Yeah, as you
The
take a look at
moment
your
you say Fragon, Oh, sorry. What'd you guys say?
Yeah, as you take a look at your body, you see that you were currently hogtied. You're able to bend a little bit, and you see you feel a bit of soreness in your leg where you got shot, but there doesn't appear to be any wounds there. They seem to have magically healed over. And same with your chest areas. Like you look down as best you can. You can see there's a bit of a blackened spot on your armor, but well, I guess you wouldn't be wearing your armor currently, since you just kind of ran out. But
No.
you see that on your night clothes, there's a big singed hole, and then you can see your scales, which have returned to brass with some slight black lines in them from time to time. And the back of your
Okay.
head is throbbing.
The moment Nanfoodle mentions the word Thragon, Dallin immediately stops and has a horrified look on his face. And says, did you say Thragon?
Yeah, that's what you told us your name was. And you just kind of got out from our tent and ran towards the horses, so, something wasn't right there.
I need to find someone that...
You need to find a lot of people, my guy.
Yes. Thragon was he was a black dragon from my homeworld. Homeworld? What the fuck? Homeland. Homeland. Can't speak.
Homebook? The fuck is that?
Homeland. It was a black dragon from my homeland. A few centuries before I was born. He should be dead.
Well, we don't have time for this right now.
How would Tells be hearing this?
Tals is just hiding behind you, just listening in.
Oh, what? Sorry, guys. Get out.
You're
Go. Cat. Why do cats randomly like run up and go, I'm gonna bite you in the back of the leg and then look at you like, I did nothing.
Your fault. All your fault.
It's like you weren't paying me any attention, therefore I get attention.
It's like, okay, I want you to rub my belly. As soon as you reach for the belly, attack and rip your arm apart.
Alright.
So, as Dallin seems to be kind of stirring and laying down, were any of you going to untie him and let him get freed? Or are you all just going to leave Dallin tied up?
Been left
I'm
hanging.
I'm pretty sure I'm still on my horse, so...
Yeah,
Can I
you're,
cast Firebolt at his
Oh my
rope?
god!
yeah, you're near the front, Talos, and
Yeah, so I'm like...
Danny's in the back.
Alright, I'm gonna cast Firebolt at his restraints and try to burn them.
Roll an attack to see. Well, let's see what happens. Roll an attack, or no,
27.
actually, let's roll an Arcana. Actually, is that close to so we'll say 16 plus whatever for your Arcana.
Oh, 10, so it's be
Okay, so it'd be 26.
26.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let that roll. So you kind of without even looking, you just point your hand back and down, and you see fire go, and you flinch. You're like, no, and then you go ahead and roll firebolt damage.
Better hope Talos doesn't find out you've just burned his rope.
14. Yep. As you've launched you completely burn the entire 50-foot rope to cinders. As it all just. And Dallin, due to your resistance to it, you won't take any damage.
Alright,
you're like,
Dallin is immediately going to do pyrotechnics on it, just to turn into smoke so it doesn't burn everything.
I'm just I'm smelling. I'm like, why do I smell burning?
I was like, nothing. No, nothing's wrong.
Dane, you see in front of you a bit of a flashes fire at your wagon.
I sigh and I just speed up a little bit just to see what the hell happened.
I'm gonna kind of just like turn my head back and just wave at Dane, and then give him a thumbs up.
I hope you know. I hope you know what you're doing. They'll go back to the back of the caravan.
Alright, so with that, Dallin, you see that your horse is currently being ridden by the guy that usually rides your cart, and behind him is Nampoodle's horse. Or pony? Little pony.
Alright.
War pony.
Everyone, I'm going to need you to make a perception check.
A what check?
Perception.
Perception, okay.
6.
13.
You two are a little distracted with each other.
6.
Don't say it like that.
Yeah, don't say it like that, please.
Talos, you're currently distracted looking back as you smell a little bit of smoke and kind of looking back. Dane, you notice a couple things. You notice, for one, as you're not really terribly distracted, you realize that the ground is becoming increasingly drier. Like, you realize that the grass has become far and fewer between, and it's getting hot.
So, as the party is riding along, in your armor, Dane, you begin to sweat. It's not like your normal sweating from exertion. You notice that it's getting significantly warmer. The air feels drier. You can kind of feel it on your lips after a couple minutes riding that whatever is up ahead is a very, very hot land.
Is it hotter than living inside a volcano?
No.
Can't answer that question for you.
I mean, probably be comparable, honestly, but with the, I mean, less so if you were in direct vicinity to lava.
Yeah.
Instead, this is more of a dry hot instead of like a fire hot.
Yeah, this is it's a very dry heat. Very air itself seems to be trying to steal the moisture off of your body.
Fun.
Man, why is it getting so hot? You hear Nampoodle. What's with the ground? I don't remember it being this dry.
From what I remember, it shouldn't be like this. Something's probably not right.
Mm-hmm.
And Talos, you feel yourself starting to sweat a little bit, and like it takes you a second to kind of blink, especially as you're hearing some chattering from the entire caravan, as everyone seems to have noticed that something seems odd. And Talos, as you kind of take a look forward, you see what appears to be a more rocky kind of environment as you all are approaching, and the ground seems to be more of a tan and lighter color than you would
Have you guys
normally expect.
have you ever been around King Clay?
Yeah.
That's basically the land you're in now. In front of you, Alice, as far as your eye can see, there have been the occasional silhouette here and there on the horizon. There's nothing but a almost blindingly white sand.
Oh.
You see up ahead appears to be another caravan.
I wouldn't say it'd be this kind of By the way, deserts here.
Oh, no, this ain't right. Where are the trees? What is this?
You tell us.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
As you continue running forward into the land, you notice more and more of the guards in the caravan seem to be confused, distraught. This entire land was once known for its immense beauty, trees that would block out the sun. You were expecting a forest full of flowers and animals, and you were hoping, as per the occasional gossip around the campfires at night, for a feast by inhabitants of the forest, as the treasurer was close friends with them. Looking forward into the area, you know that this is no longer a possibility. You come closer upon the caravan, and as you get closer and closer, you thought at first that it was simply the sand being whipped into the air. But you realize, Talos, that it's smoke. The caravan is not moving.
What the blazes? Careful, everyone.
Your entire caravan is going to come to a halt at a safe distance from the other caravan. They are going to have a handful of the guards ride with each of you into check this caravan out.
Oh. What in the hell is happening?
Yeah, Tim, which one did you have for that?
Give me just a sec.
Ah, right there, I see it.
Yeah.
Alright. As the party approaches and moves forward into the area to look around and take a look upon this area to find out what is happening, you are met by this sight here.
Are those dogs?
Let's worry about those in a minute.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. As you are brought into this area and you look around, you notice that there seem to be bodies scattered around the area. There are smashed and upturned wagons. The bodies strewn about. I'm going to have you guys, whoever wishes to, roll an investigation check.
Oh, right one, why not?
Son of a bitch.
Ah, damn.
Oof.
Always low rolls with me.
Alright.
Sorry, I was rolling that one.
You're not completely useless in this situation, Nam. You're just more worried about what the hell happened. More so than... You're just taking it all in at the moment. Same with you, Down. Where you're sitting, it's kind of hard for you to... Where you're at, it's kind of hard to get a true grasp of what's going on. Ain, Talos, as you two potentially have the most combat experience, even just from your training as paladins. You have a nagging feeling that This is the site of an ambush. Something happened to this caravan. You look around and you look for tracks to see if people, if somebody's walked through the area or if there's anything like that. All you see is what appears to be the footprints of corpses in the area. There are no other tracks that you can find. You do find Talos a hole. Well, it's like it would have come from a gun in the points of one of the caravan's wagons.
What the hell? I don't think we
As
should
you are
stick around.
looking,
Don't think we should
As you
stick
are-
around here any longer.
as you are looking around, the envoy comes into the area and asks what is happening. What happened? What's going on?
I'm not sure, but I don't think we should stay here any longer. Let's get the caravan moving.
As words leave your mouth, you hear the cry of a jackal. And then you hear the cry of another. In all, you count 20 jackals. You realize you are surrounded. And we will leave it here for this session.
What damn beasts.
Come on.
Ah.
Could I just do the combat session?
No, are these
God.
jackals, like animal jackals, or like
They are jackals.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was like,
Don't discount them for that.
no, don't. Jackals are not something that you want to mess around with. Those are some.
Technically, they have a challenge rating of 0.
Well, singly, but when you get all a pack of them, it's like getting a pack. I think the worst pack of pack creature I've been attacked by was a pack of dire wolves.
And so, as you all are moving the caravan through this wreckage, and you hear the howls of jackals, and you see as they come up over the dunes, you realize that you are in mortal danger. And as they bare their teeth, something else seems to stir in the wind, unseen, unknowing. And that is where we're leaving the session for tonight. Everyone gets 500 experience points for excellent roleplay.
Woo.
Alright, I'm going to wrap up the session. I'll be right back. What new dangers have our party come across? Why have the Feywoods turned into an endless desert? Why was this caravan ambushed? And these jackals here? What is lying in wait for our heroes? Find out on the next episode of The Adventures in Dundras.